Hello, welcome to this hands-on in-depth Power BI training. We're going to be building this from scratch, and in building this I'm going to be taking you through a whole lot of these, starting from how you bring in data into Power BI. So we're going to be using these raw data files, and as you've noticed, there are some things that are wrong about the data, right? So these years need to be moved down. A couple of things need to be done on that particular one. Likewise, there is going to be other files that have some peculiar issues, every one of them their own different issues that we're going to be using Power Query in Power BI to transform. So this is a sales data that has a header that is not really what you're going to want to pick directly, and some things are missing in this also. Likewise, we're going to bring in a target file, sales target file that is really complex. It's target by month, by branch, by product, and it just stretches really to the right, and we're going to have to transform on pivot and do a whole lot of interesting things. So in Power BI, we're going to have to bring in the data into Power Query and then do a lot of all those transformations. So the file I showed you, that it's the sales data, this is what it looks like. But when we are done, it's going to be changed into, you promote the headers. We're going to touch on how you do use first row as headers. We're going to change type. We're going to do a whole lot of transformation on these until it becomes usable like this. And likewise for the target originally looks like this. We're going to pivot. We're going to do a whole lot of interesting things, fill down, start transforming the data, step by step, making use of all the tools in Power Query that will help us do that, and exposing you to those powerful tools for transformation in Power Query. Likewise, exchange rate. Likewise, the branch data. Actually, the branch data is clean. We won't be doing too much on it. And then I'm going to take you through how you create all of these. These are called visuals. So the different visuals, how you put a design, how you bring in an image or as a logo, how you create a title for your report, and then the different slicers, the different transformations, changing we'll be touching a whole lot of the different settings in Power BI, how you create a target against actual, and set it such that whenever something happens, which I'll show you how, you get an email, how you create also a table that has all of these that can be expanded, so you can see the sales by branch expanded into by month, and you see all these things, this conditional formatting, how you set it up in such a way when you meet your target, the things are in green, and then when you are very close to the target, you're not too off from the target, then it's in yellow. Then when you are really off from the target, it is red. And then let me collapse this back. And then also how you create all of these different charts. This is a combo chart, how you create a map, and then how you can make it even pick places that are not easy for the map to locate, maybe because of the naming convention, or something that is just not very easy for the map to locate, how you overcome that, how you do pie chart, how you create drill down such that when you click on a branch, the thing explodes into all of the products that make it. Maybe I'm going to let you see that once again. So if originally this is showing sales by branches and the branch manager in there, right? So what if, as I'm looking at this Lekki that is forming like 37% of the entire sales, I want to see what the breakdown is. That's what we call drill down. So I'm going to show you how to create that. So you click on it and boom, the entire chart just explodes and drills down into the very components of that result you're looking at, and I can drill back up. So I go back to the report, and then I also show you how you create the different major types of charts, and also some formulas we're going to create. So right in the table, we're going to be creating using some DAX formula, how we create a date table. So I'm going to take you through how to create a date table and how to create some of the components in the date table. We're going to use a DAX new table, new column, new measure. We're going to touch on all of the key things that you need to be conversant with, and some popular DAX formulas. So we're going to be using formulas that involve if formula, that involves calculate, that involves concatenate, that involves format, year, related, selected value. A whole lot of many formulas that you have to be conversant with to do the bulk of the analysis you're going to be doing in Power BI. We're also going to touch on the data modeling, how you begin to relate these different data tables that you brought in, create relationships, how you even create an inactive relationship that you're going to use in a formula using use relationship, and then how you the rules you need to follow, right? The most advised rules. And then in this case, I'm kind of bending some of the rules, but then it's so that I'm going to take you through the bulk of all of it, so how the difference between um, the cardinality and the relationships when you create between tables, and also the setting up, so the cardinality, setting up the filter direction, and understanding which to pick when, and the rules to follow. So I'm going to take you through all of that, and ultimately we are going to also publish our report. And before we publish, I'll also take you through how you create different access levels, role level security as it's technically called, but the whole concept is about access control. So how you can configure some people to see just some places. So I could configure someone for Bagada branch, another for Ikoyi branch, configure people to see just specific branches that they work in, and then you can test it and say, okay, what if I am one of those who has been assigned as Bagada branch? What will I see? And instantly the whole report is going to transform to just show me only what is for my branch. I wouldn't even know that other branches exist. And then you can change the people's names. So all of that we're going to go through, and then ultimately in the end of building this report, we're going to publish. And so I'll take you through how you publish. Once you publish, the thing gets pushed into the Power BI service, that part of Power BI that you have to access over the web. And so I explain all of this environment, the different nooks and crannies in here. And then this is the Power BI report. Once you publish it, it looks a lot like what it is in the desktop one, the tool we use in building the report. And so I'm going to just show you the peculiar things here. It's only from here you can create a dashboard. You can add people to see, and you can even configure it to send reports out, as an email, a snapshot of the report every day to some specific people. You can add people and say they should get the emails, every day. And for the time of the day, you can add whatsoever you want them to see. So those who are too used to getting daily emails, they will still get that advantage. Also, how you configure the schedule refresh, so you can tell it to refresh every day at some specific times of the day. And also how you build the dashboard. So from the Power BI report itself, we're going to be pinning things. It's called pin anyway, but then once you click on, you want this to show on the dashboard, and boom, you pin it. I'm going to take you through all of that. So you also get to understand how the dashboard works, how you can ask a question. You can tell Power BI, okay, I want to see something, maybe I want to see something like this. What's this total? Show me the top 5 sales by pizza. Whatever it is you want, you just type, maybe bottom 4 pizza by quantity. And as I'm typing it, you see it's doing it right. And if you're done, if you don't like the chart, if you like it, you can pin the visual permanently. If you don't like it and you want it as something else, I can say as pie chart. So you have full flexibility and as per how the data should come up, and you're just asking. So it's called Q&A. You say what you want, and Power BI builds it. And if you like it, you can pin it permanently into your dashboard. And also I take you through how you set alert. So you want to monitor some metrics, some important figures, and you want to say Power BI should send you an email, once something has happened, right? So again, I'm going to take you through all of that, and in the end, I'm going to be taking you through a lot of the expert tips and exciting illustrations and things that you will find very useful in doing for yourself or for clients or for your company. Very interactive and an engaging Power BI reports, and also how to be able to set currency. So you can toggle between currencies. You can say Naira and the report renders in Naira, or you change to USD and the entire report renders in that currency. So see you in the course. Hello, welcome to the video on how to install Power BI. So the first step is you need to have a Windows PC. It doesn't work on a Mac, especially the designer we're going to build, the Power BI desktop that will help us in designing the report. It doesn't work on a Mac. It's only the web portion you can access on a Mac. So for this training, you're going to need a Windows PC. So you go to powerbi.com. When you go there, it goes to the folder. It automatically expands to the folder web address, which is powerbi.microsoft.com. But then you're going to click on Start Free. So when you click on Start Free, this comes up. You're going to click on Try Free. But before we click on Try Free, we also need to install the Power BI itself. So if you scroll down, you will see downloads, right? So you're going to see a download section, and in this download section, I need you to particularly click on this one. So this Power BI desktop. But what I want you to do is right click and tell it to open in a new tab. So we can still go ahead with signing up for the Power BI. So you click on Try Free, and when you click on Try Free, it opens up to this Get Started. And the thing is, you need to enter your work email address. Well, maybe not necessarily has to be your company's organizational email, but you can't use a free email service. You can't use at Yahoo email, at Gmail, at Hotmail. It has to be at a custom domain email address. So I'm going to put in one here, training at yourbizedge.com. And the moment you do sign up, right? If your company already uses Microsoft Office 365, then you might already have the Power BI as an app enabled for you already. So if that is the case, you're going to see something that will look like this. So let me show you what that will look like. If I click Try Free and I get here, and if I enter, so I think I have one admin at msexcelclub.com, and I say sign up. You see, it says I have an account with Microsoft already. So if your company uses Office 365, this is probably what you will see. It's not a problem. Just sign in with your regular email. But then if you get this, then that means you are completely new to Microsoft's Power BI or Microsoft service as a whole, and then you need to say yes and provide your account details. So this is very straightforward. I'm going to stop that at this part. And the other part which you need to do is this download, right? So if you remember what I said, that right here we scroll down, we pick this Power BI desktop, and this comes up, right? So there's the download free. Again, you have multiple options. If you do download free, what will happen is it will try to bring up the Microsoft Store, App Store, and then make you want to install the Power BI via the App Store. This is the recommended option. But then again, some of you might be using an older version of Microsoft or Microsoft Windows, maybe like Windows 7, hopefully not Windows XP, because I don't think it's going to install on that. Or maybe you on your company laptop, this is not possible. You are not allowed to be able to install via the App Store. Maybe it's not been set up. So if you are encountering those kind of situations, or maybe you just want to download it and have it as a file that you can go to your house laptop and your house PC and set it up on, then you might not want to use this. But the benefit of using this is it auto updates. So whenever there is a new update, your Power BI will automatically get that update, and you won't have to remember to update your Power BI. But then, like I said, if that option is not possible for you, you see this C download and language options. If you expand it, or you click on it, and a new page comes up, and here you are able to download the Power BI itself, download the installation for file itself. And most likely your computer will be 64-bit, so this is what you go for. If you use a new PC, most new computers are 64-bit. But then if you are not so sure, you can go check and verify, and if yours is 34-bit, 32-bit, then you pick this. So you download whichever it is that is for yours, and you do next to download, and in the end the file will be downloaded, and then you just install. So see you in the next video. Hello, welcome to the session on how you bring in your data into Power BI. So once you install Power BI and you launch the Power BI desktop, this is how it comes up, right? For some of you, this might not be showing your name, and this might be showing like a sign-in kind of details here, or maybe a tutorial like mine is showing. Never worry, just in this case we're going to close this so that we get a uniform view. And then the first thing you will most likely have to do whenever you kickstart Power BI is you need to bring in the data to use to create your report. So Power BI allows you to connect to data of different type, over 100 different types of data source. So if I click more, you'll be able to see all of these multiple options of data source you can connect to, right? So be it an Excel file, a text file, an SQL server database file, a server database table, an Access database, SharePoint, even the things you don't ordinarily think of as data sources, things like uh, let me just go to online service. I see a lot of them in this section. So like your LinkedIn, GitHub, GitHub account, LinkedIn, even Facebook used to be here. I hope it's not been taken out. So even web apps that you have that allows you to connect to it. One time we did connect, see quickly, QuickBooks. We use QuickBooks in our company, and at the time we decided to connect to it so we can be able to analyze our expenses and revenue. So all of these are what it allows you to connect to. In this demonstration, we're going to connect to Excel files. The good thing is that if you know how to use the get data for any data source, is the same concept for other data source. The only difference is just you will need to provide the peculiarity. If it's a database, you provide the address of the database and then your user login and password, and instantly to display all the tables you have access to, and you pick the table you want, and the moment you pick it, you get the same experience as we will get if I pick an Excel file as my data source. So I'm going to connect to these Excel data sources. We're going to bring in 1, 2, 3, 4 Excel files. I don't even need to close the Excel files. That's the interesting thing about them. Though sometimes you might want to close your Excel files so that you don't mistakenly update them without knowing. But then for this demonstration, I'm just going to go ahead with picking Excel. Then I go to the folder where I have those files saved. So let's start with the sales data itself, and I click on open. Unfortunately, for now, Power BI cannot pick more than one Excel file. But then when you pick an Excel file, you can bring in multiple sheets. So if you have multiple sheets in your Excel file, they will display in here, right? So in this case, I have just one sheet, and that's the only sheet I will bring in. Now, if you look at this data is not coming correctly, right? The header that I need is this second row. Unfortunately, it's not picking that. It's picking something else. And the reason is because in the raw data that I have, this is the way it is. I have a header already, which is not really the thing that describes the data that I have. So this is why I'm getting that experience when I bring in the data into Power BI. So I'm going to want to make some transformation. So that means I click on transform data. And the moment I click on transform data, it will open up the Power Query side of Power BI. So you see Power Query editor, and then instantly I will start making the transformations that I need. So in this case, I want Power BI to move up my header to be this row 1. So it should move row 1 up as header, which means I'm going to use first row as header, which is under home menu. So if I go to home menu, if you are not there already, but that's where it will be in once you come to this environment, this Power BI, I just pick on use first row as header, and instantly that happens. Another thing I can see is it is bringing in additional columns that I do not need. So I pick them. So picking them is I click on the first, I hold on shift, I click on the last, and I right click, I say remove columns. Okay. So later on we will do more transformations, but for now let's just bring in the other data files. So I can from Power Query also bring in the additional files. I just go to new source, I do Excel, and the next one I'm going to bring in is the branch data. So I pick it, I bring the branch data. Again, I select it, I say okay, so that it brings that in here right now. Okay, and I'm also going to bring in the sales target. So the sales target file. Again, I pick the sheet that has the data that I need. I say okay, and boom, instantly it comes in here. So in this, I'm seeing some issues that I need to fix. So just to let it be clear the issues I'm talking about. In this Excel file, what has happened is the January has only been written once, and it's assuming, making me think, which for us as humans, we understand that that is the case. All these branches are for January. But then when I want to do analysis, that will bring up a problem, right? So if I pick January, it's only going to think it's Bagada that there is record for January. So I need to do what they call fill down. So if you click here and then you go to transform, you will see fill, and then you see fill down. Also, if you right click on the column name, right, you also see it. So whichever you feel more comfortable using. So I do fill down, and that will automatically fix that problem for me. I have a similar problem with the years, so I'm going to just repeat it, straight up here. Fill down for the years, so that it also fill down for the years. There are other things we're going to do on this, but for now, I'm just going to remove the columns that are not needed that it has brought in for me. We will do the other transformation gradually later. So I'm going to add the last data source, which is going to be the exchange rate. So we are supposed to do a version of this report in a different currency. So there's the local currency, there's the USD. So we need to bring in the exchange rate for us to know how to do the translation of those sales values. So I'm bringing in the exchange rate. I'm having the same issue of needing to fill down, so maybe now I'm going to use the transform, so at least you see that they do the same thing. Okay, and these are not needed, so I'm going to take them off. So I'm going to remove columns. Okay, so I'm going to stop here right now, and then the next video we're going to do how to do the fuller version of the transformations. So we're going to do some more transformation in the next video. See you in the next video. Hello, welcome to the session on how to connect to different data sources. So I'm going to demonstrate in the other video I did with an Excel file, but just in case you want to know what it looks like to connect to things that are different from Excel files. In fact, I imagine that you want to use a lot more of database than connecting to flat files. So I'm going to demonstrate that right now. If you go to get data, and if I click more, right, if you're fortunate that what you want to connect to is one of the things in the most common data sources, then you will see it without having to click on more. But in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and click on more. I will say SQL Server database. I pick that. So I have a database that I have access to. So I'm going to just quickly grab my details. So it asks for the server address. I plug in that server address. I do OK, and then it's going to ask me to, because I've logged in before, it has my credentials, but in your case, it's going to ask you to log in with your username and password. And then the moment you log in with your username and password, it's going to show the database that you have access to on that server, and then the different tables, and then any table you pick, you see the preview, and you can load the table into Power BI. So this is what I mean by it's the same experience as you will get, if you are using Excel. If it was Excel, then right here where we have all these different tables, which are actually your database tables, right? If it was Excel, you're going to have sheets. So this will be like the different sheets in your Excel file, and you get this also experience when you click on any one of them. You see the preview. So that is for a database. So let's pick another one. Let's do for Google Analytics. So that would be interesting, right? So if I have a Google Analytics account, so I'm going to just search for, even you can do for Facebook. Okay, there's no more Facebook. So analytics, if I type analytics, I can see Google Analytics, and then I say connect. It tells me I'm connecting to a third-party service. I say yes, no worry, continue. So it says I should sign in. I choose my email address. say allow, says I'm currently signing. Actually, why it didn't ask me for my password is I did that just before recording this, so it kept my credential. So once I say connect, it's going to show me all of the websites that I am in charge of. So if I pick my blog, this is my blog. This is an investment forum I manage. So let's say my blog that has a bit of uh, interesting. It has a lot more traffic than the other ones. So I can begin to check. Is your audience? What's let me look for something more interesting, like where people come from. So people who visit my website, what do they, which browser do they use? Then also go look for the number of those people. Um, Session, right? So I can say what's the hits, and it shows me by different session the hits. What's the session duration? Let me go pick by age, and I knock off by. Okay, well, you get the whole idea. So if you want to analyze your website traffic, you can just do that directly from Power BI, and it's connecting directly to Google Analytics. So you don't have to go to Google Analytics, download the data, bring to Power BI, then next week you go download again. No. With this, as things are changing, this is being updated directly. So that's one. Then lastly, I will pick let's pick web. That would be another interesting one, web. So what if there's a website that you'd like to go, extract some information from? Maybe it has the exchange rate, current exchange rate. Maybe it has the oil price. Maybe it has some stocks data. It has some information that changes daily, and you don't want to be going to the website to copy every day and paste somewhere else. You can, let's go pick one. Okay, I can use this. So this is a Wikipedia page on the world population by country. So maybe I need that, and I don't want to go to that website and be grabbing it every time it changes. So I want to be able to grab that information directly into Power BI and use. So I pick it. I paste the web directory, web URL. I say connect, and I hope you are noticing that I keep getting the same navigator experience. And when we did for Excel, it was the same experience. So that's what I kept saying when we were doing the Excel example, which is what we'll use for the bigger task in this training. That it's the same experience. Don't just think because you're using Excel that you're getting an inferior experience to what will happen if you are connecting to a database or some sophisticated data source. It's always the same experience. It's just that it's going to ask you, the server address, the username, the login credentials to whatsoever other cloud data source you're connecting to. So this is telling me that it's able to grab like 4 different types of data source, like a table. So this is one. I don't think this is the one I need. I don't need that one. I don't know what this is. Yeah, this looks like what I need. Let's check what. Okay, so this is definitely what I want. And then I tick it and I do load. So this is the table that has all those information of the different countries and their population, right? So it looks like India is overtaking China, huh? That's interesting. Where's Nigeria? Okay, we're still far down. All right, so that is it for this video. See you in the next video on the transformation, completing the transformation that we started in the earlier video. Thank you. Hello, welcome to the session on completing the data transformation. So again, we go back to the transform data. If you are not there, you might need to click on that transform data button on that home menu in the Power BI desktop. And let's start with the sales data. So for the sales data, transaction ID looks okay, date looks okay. I don't see any issue with the branch, with the pizza name, the unit price, the quantity. So these are things we want to be looking at essentially. Is this in the right data type? So I'm okay with sales discount. Time is not in the, it's showing as date and time. So I'm going to change this to ordinary time. Okay, so that looks good for the sales data. I go to the branch data. and looking at these, they all look okay. I go to the sales target, and so in this sales target, I'm going to need to combine the years and the dates. As we go into the analysis, you will see why it's going to be very useful for me. So that is a good opportunity for me to show you how to merge two columns in Power Query. So it's very easy. I'm going to pick the two columns. So I click on the first one, I hold the shift key and click on the second one. And then right there under transform, in case you are in home, make sure you go to transform. You'll see merge columns. So I pick merge columns, and this comes up. Now it's asking me what will be the separator. I'm going to pick space. Yes. And as for name of the new column, I'm going to call it year underscore month. Okay. And that is what I want. So that is done. And I go to other fields. So branch looks okay. Now there is an issue with the target being outlined this way. So I'm seeing the products on separate columns. The problem is because these are headers. This barbecue chicken, barbecue fillet stick, all these are headers. I lose flexibility when I want to do my analysis. So I can't be able to easily say I want to be able to dynamically pick the pizza type, and then you should look for the target for it. So it will make better sense if all of these different pizza types, if I have them all collapsed in one column, and then all these figures right here are all collapsed in a separate column, right? So and that's what we're going to do, is column pivots. So I select all of these. So I select the first one, I scroll to the end, I pick the last product, and then again under transform, you're going to see on pivot columns. So I pick that, and you see it's done what I've said. Now I have all the pizza types in one column, and then I have the values, the sales target in a separate column. So that's what I want. As for one more step, I'm going to rename this. So this is pizza, and you see the way I'm renaming is just to double click inside, and I'll call this as the target. Okay, so that looks good for this. And I go to the exchange rate. I have a similar situation here. So since you already know the step, is just to pick the two columns and say merge columns, and then I say it should be separated by a space, and the merged column should be called year underscore month. Okay, and voila. So with this, I am almost done with the transformation, but in the Power Query side of it, I'm okay with the way things are. So I'm going to do close and apply. So under home, you will do close and apply. Then just to point your attention to, there are other things we can do in Power Query, right? We can remove columns. If you have situations where you want to remove columns that are, maybe I say remove columns. Yeah, this is remove columns. We did that anyway. So maybe there were some additional columns that came in and you remove them. There is also keep rows and remove rows. If I want to remove maybe the first 5 rows like we had here, if you remember when we did it, so you will see there is a section called apply steps. So everything we are doing, right, Power Query is keeping track of them as steps, and you can go between steps. So if I click on say this one, I see what the data was like in the beginning. So in this case, I could have said I want to remove how many rows. Maybe I want to remove 1 row. I want to remove 5 rows. So this can be a bit faster if the main header you need is really far down in the table, so you want to like promote what is on like row 6. You want to promote it straight up to header, right? So you might need to do remove 5 rows and then use the first row as header to quickly move it one step up. So that's that. And then we've already used row first row as header, so you're a bit familiar with that. Okay, and in case where maybe you've overdone it, or maybe the data for any reason anyway that you need to reverse it, and it's a case where that's the way your data came. So because if you want to reverse, it's faster to just come here and cancel that step. But in case you have it in a situation where you just want to not promote the header, or for some weird reasons I can't really come up with a practical situation, you can also say use headers as first row. And with append queries allows you to merge. So let me try and demonstrate one for you. You see, we have this sales target and I have branch data. In this branch data, there are branch managers. In this sales target, I do not have branch managers. So what if I want to combine, the two, so that I'm going to have a table that we have the sales target, and I'll also be able to see for the manager, because each branch has a manager. I want to see the manager's names, right? So in that case, I'll be like, okay, I want to merge tables. So I'm going to say merge queries. If you want to destroy the original table, well, maybe not use the word destroy, but if you want to do it on the very table you are in, then you say merge queries. If you want it as a separate table, so let's say I do as a separate table because I'm going to delete it afterwards. I don't want to keep that step. Or yeah, so I'm going to say as a new table, I want to merge the sales target, and I need information from the branch data. I want it to do a join based on the branch names. So it's going to match based on the branch names. And if you feel that there might be some spelling consistency, right, then you can turn on fuzzy matching, so that way it helps you to match things that are very similar. So I do OK, and then when I do OK, this comes up. So what it is I'm going to want to specify what I want to take out, because this is now the branch data that I've made to the sales data. And then what I want is, I just want the manager name. So I don't need the branch again. I already have the branch here. If I need the longitude and latitude, I leave that. But well, in this case, I just want the manager name. I don't want it to prefix with the original column name. So I don't want it to become like a branch data dot manager. So in case you see that, you know this is what you have not unchecked. So I'm going to uncheck this and say voila. You see now it's brought in the manager name. So that is this merge queries. Okay, so like I mentioned, I'm not going to keep this. It's just for demonstration sake. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to delete this that I've done. By the way, before deleting, in case maybe you want to rename this, so you want to like give it a meaningful name, you could say sales targets with managers. Okay, and that's it. If I do close and apply, this close and apply over here, it's going to bring in all of that into the Power BI desktop. I'm not going to close and apply. In fact, I'm going to delete this. Okay, so that's that. What other things do I need to draw your attention to? Append queries. Append queries is very easy to illustrate, even though I don't have a data in here to quickly demonstrate with. If I have, as you see the sales data, just imagine that I have, instead of all these branches as all imputed into one file, if I have these branches as separate tables, right, in that case I might want to merge, not in this case, not merge, append. So I want to append and say, okay, it should add all the tables. Maybe in this case, add the Bagada branch plus the Lekki branch. So I do shift plus the Ikoyi branch, and then append everything into one giant table for me. And the advantage of that is, as new information comes into each branch table, each sales by branch, it's going to flow directly into that consolidated table. I'm not going to do that, just wanted you to know that that's what that does. Then if I go to transform, we're already familiar with use first row as header. What about group by? So though group by is something that you might not want to use on your raw data, except if you are connecting to a really large table from SQL or some other data source, and you don't really need the granular data. So you just want to bring in like some already summarized version of the data. So that's where you might use it. But if in case you're okay with the data already coming into Power BI, which I already have brought in the data into Power BI here. You might not want to, because you lose flexibility. But then let me just illustrate what it does. Once you know what it does, I leave to you the choice of using it or not. So if I want to group sales by branch and pizza, and then maybe by quantity, right? So I do group by, and then it's going to ask me by what. So I'm going to say, let me do advanced, because I think I would like to add more than one. So by branch, I also want to add by pizza, which is like product. Then I want it to do not count, you should do like a summation. So you should do total quantity for me. So a summation on the quantities. So maybe this is what I want. This is good enough for illustration. You can add more if you want to also say count of sales, whatever you want, you can keep adding. So I'm going to stop at this and do OK. And you'll see what will come out. So it's doing the aggregation. It's a fairly large table. It's about 1 million rows of information. So let's just hold on a bit for it. And voila, it's done, right? So you see what it has done. It has created all the branches by products and the total quantity, right? And if you want something else, so let's say for the sales target, maybe what I want is it should do by target by just month, year month, and that should be total target, and that should sum up for the target field, and I do OK. See? Alright, so that's what it does. I'm going to cancel that step because I don't need that. I'm going to cancel. Oh, I need to remake that. This is pizza. So that brings me to one thing you find annoying here. You can't undo. Once you cancel a step here, that's it. You can't undo the cancellation. So that's what has happened to me now. I canceled more than what I should. So I'm going to also undo that group here because I don't need the grouping. Then if you want to transpose, you already know what transpose means, like kind of turn the table 90 degrees. If you want to reverse the arrangement of the rows, if you want to just do a count, if you want to change the data type, so anything you pick, you can also change the data type, though I think it's faster from here. But then again, that's what this does. If you want to replace some values, so if you want to look for all the ones and replace it with discounted sales and tools and replace it with, so if you have cases where you want to replace some things with more descriptive words, or replace some things just because maybe there was a product that used to be called Midza, and then now the name has been changed to something else, and you want to replace all the Midza to be something else, this is a very good thing to use. We already use field. Pivot column. You see this on pivot we did here. If you have a case where yours is already like this and you want to move it out, that's where we do this pivot column. So if you pick pivot column, so you want to pick by pivot by what, like make into columns what I want to turn the pizza into columns. So, okay, wait, the values, so I want to turn the pizza into column, that's already picked anyway, that's this already. So it's the value column, so I want to turn the target is the value, right? And I do OK. And are you familiar with this? So this was what we had before. So in case the table you brought in was already like this and you prefer it to be like this, now you know how to achieve that. I'm going to remove that step. I don't need that. We already used the pivot columns. Move is just to rearrange. So maybe you want to move these to the left, you want to move it to the right. I like it where it was before. You can also drag. So convert to list, we are not going to use that. Split column, text to column in Excel. This is it in Power Query. you want to change the format, you want to extract uh, something, maybe you want to extract the first characters, the last characters, what's before the delimiter. So you get the whole idea. If you want to pass some values, so maybe you've brought in some JSON, some API coded, XML formatted, JSON formatted data, and you want to pass them. So this is a quick way to do that. So you can see it support XML and JSON. Okay, if you want to do some quick statistics, so all of these are kind of like around that quick statistics. And then this is if you want to change to date, and if you want to change to time, and if you want to well, for these structured columns, again, it's a bit similar to what you have here, except that it does for like an entire structured column. So that is it, and I think I've not skipped anything. Okay, let me just talk about add column. If you want to add an extra column, maybe as we have USD exchange rate, we also want to add another currency, maybe pound. So I can say custom column, and the moment I do custom column, I can say maybe Great Britain's pound, and it allows me to reuse what I have here. I can say these, and maybe the exchange rate is 1.123, and if I do that, instantly I get, now I have the GB, the pound exchange rate, and you see what is showing here, right? In case yours is not showing, if you go to view, you can always enable the formula bar and you see it show. And also, if in case for any reasons you are not seeing this query side, you can always come here and enable it. So this one controls this one. This formula bar controls this. In case you do not see it in yours, this is where you go. So anyway, why I talked about that is I wanted to let you know that you can also instantly modify stuff right from here. So maybe I forgot to add exchange rate. Now I can add it so that I keep a consistent naming to the header. So this will become USD exchange rate. This will become Great Britain's pound exchange rate. Okay, so that does this. I don't need this, so I'm going to remove that step. And that's these hard columns. And view, you already explained the key things. You can enable things you want to see and disable things you don't want to see. And there's something here that you will find interesting that we're going to use when we want to do the schedule refresh and want to configure gateway. You find it easy to pick, to see the entire M code. So this is called M code. So this is the power query, like the code behind all of these activities we've been doing. So if you are good with M code, I'm going to add the resource to you being able to understand M code and learn it, in a very easy way. So I'm going to add the resource for you, so you can go to this resource attached to this lecture and download it. So sometimes I come here to pick this, or pick something, or change something, or instead of me fishing through the steps, or maybe the data has changed and your steps goes Power Query has this nasty way of just going showing an error sign here, caution sign here, when something has changed at the column level, or something that it needs that it was expecting and it has changed. So what I do is sometimes I come here, maybe it was column 4 that someone has renamed. I just come here and I make the update here, right? So that's one good thing about this advanced editor. So I'm going to that thing, make this for diagnosis. This is recently they added it, so you can do a test. That advanced editor I mentioned is also here, so you sometimes find it faster to access it from here rather than going all the way to tools. Okay, so that is it. I'm going all the way to view rather. So that is it for this video. See you in the next video, where we're going to do some bit of DAX and some massaging of the data, right? So thank you. Hello, welcome to the aspect on DAX, and well, not too much DAX, but then a very good enough level of DAX to get started, and some bit of extra data modeling. So this was where we stopped in the last video. I'm going to just do close and apply, because we are done with what we want to do in the Power Query side, the transform data side. So once you do close and apply, it is going to load all of the data as you have indicated the transformation to happen in that Power Query side. Okay, so that is done. And uh, in Power Query, no, in Power BI Desktop, this is the environment you get, right? So at the upper right side, you begin to see this file, which is kind of easy to understand what all of these does. You know, open, save as, import, export, publish. I'm going to mention later on. And there is home menu. This is where you get to see some of the common tools you will have to use. And there is insert menu, which is useful for inserting. That's the, as the word insert means, you know, insert new visual, insert new page. Pages are like tabs, so more like sheets that you have in Excel. So that's what pages are referred to here as. Then you can insert text box, you can insert buttons, you can insert shapes, you can insert an image, you can also connect to Power Apps. There's Q&A. These are also like visuals anyway. So there's modeling. This is where if you want to do things like formulas, manage relationships, some bit of data modeling, you know, these are where you find most of the tools related to that. Then view menu is all about what you want to enable. You want to enable grid lines, you know, you want to enable selection pane, you want to, so these are things you want to make display in the view of your Power BI desktop. Help, well, self-explanatory, you need help. All right, so what you notice is, I'll leave it back at home menu. There are three aspects here, right? So there's reports, which this is where we're going to build all the visuals, you know, what we want to see. Okay, I want something here, I want a chart here, you know, I want a bar chart, you know, all of those things that you want. This is where you're going to create them. And to create them, we're going to use these things called visuals. So we're going to do all of that. But this is one thing that you will notice straight up as having things in yours. So all the different data we brought in, this is where you will see them. And you can expand them. You can expand, you know, table, and you see all the different fields, the columns in it, and this has the habit of always arranging them in ascending order, like alphabetical order, right? So it's not really dependent on the time you brought them, you know, it's not the first brought in, first displayed kind of order. So in case you bring in a table and you're like, oh, where's the table I brought in, just remember these arranges in alphabetical order, and then you easily locate what you brought in. Okay, so this we are going to work on this side later on. So this is the reports section. Now we go to the data section. So the data section is where you are able to see what you brought in looks like. So we're going to stay a bit here. This is where we're going to do some DAX before we go ahead with the report creation. But then again, I also want to just mention that it's the model side, and Power BI has this habit of trying to create for you some relationships. Sometimes it gets them right, sometimes it doesn't get them right. So we're going to come back to these. Usually I like to delete what's been created, especially when they are not correct. But then again, we come back to tackle that. So I'm going to leave this as it is right now, and then I go back here. So let's go through all our different tables and see which one needs some bit of massaging, right? So branch data, this looks okay. Exchange rates, no issues with these. The sales data. So this sales data, I am seeing some things I need to work on here immediately. There's the unit price. There's quantity, but I need the sales amount. I need the sales. I have the discount. This discount should show in percentage. So I'm going to change this. So I click on this, and immediately I click on this, I see this column tools, right? So I'm going to pick that. I want to change the formatting to percentage, because these are like 3%, 5% discount. So it's better it's displayed that way. And I hope it's correct. Why is everything showing 0%? Huh? So I'm just going to scroll down and take a look. Okay, and sometimes you can just click on this drop down here and see. So yeah, I think I'm okay with what I'm seeing there. I was a bit concerned when I was just seeing only 0. All right, so that's one. Then I also want to, we have the exchange rate, right? So we're going to also in later on create like a USD equivalent, like sales in USD. But first, let's start with sales. So to do that, I'm going to go to tables, right? So the table tools, I'm going to say I want to create new column, because I want to create a new column that is going to have the sales calculation. So I click on new column, and the formula we are entering here is called DAX, data analysis expression. So to this video, I'm going to attach a more like a reference file on DAX, so that you can easily be able to fall back on on that resource for explanation on the different DAX formulas. It's a bit dated, there are some new DAX formulas that have been created since Microsoft created that resource file I'm attaching, but the bulk of them, the ones we are going to use, you will find, I think, about all of them in it, and you find a lot more. So I'm going to call this sales and do equal to. So that's the pattern to this. The name on the right, on the left, the actual computation on the right side of the equal to sign. So I'm going to say this is going to be equal to unit price. Now notice what I'm doing. I'm typing. The moment I'm typing the names, it comes up, and I do tab to pick. If you click, it will not work. So this doesn't work with click yet, except if they've changed that experience. Let's just test it. If I do times quantity, see, it goes up. It goes off in like it goes berserk, right? So that experience has not yet been modified. Maybe in future they will check that and make it easy for us to pick. So I'm going to have to rewrite the formula. Sales equals to unit price. I pick that times the quantity, sales quantity, and because there might be discount attached, so I'm going to say multiplied by 1 minus the sales discount. Okay, I put that in bracket and I say enter, and then instantly that does the computation of the sales for me. And if you want this to show in naira, so if you are particular about the currency, I can come in here and say I need this to show in naira, and whatever currency it is in your own data and your local currency, you can also pick. So I'm okay with that. One other thing I need, if you notice, the targets we created in the target file, we created, and even in the exchange rate file, we created a year month. Likewise, in the sales target, there is this year month. I need that information in my sales data too. So I'm going to create another field, which is going to be year, another column. I'm going to call it year month. If you're familiar with Excel, you'll find out that a lot of the formulas in Excel kind of operate the same way, same syntax, same logic in Power BI. So year month will be, I want to extract the year of the dates, date as I have in the sales data dates. Okay, now this I want to join to a space. So if you use the ampersand already in Excel, this is the same thing I'm doing here. But now, because I want the month in 3-letter, so what you will have done in Excel, say text and pick the date and say, comma into double quote 3M. So the equivalent of text is formatting here, and then I pick the date again. Pick the date, and I say to express it in that format for me, 3Ms. Okay, and that is it. So with that, I now have the year month extracted. So just waiting for that to display. So good, we're making good progress. I also want to create a particular field that will make it easy for me to join that gigantic sales target table, because this sales target table, is by branch, is by pizza. So I want to be able to easily, and even by month. So I want to be able to easily say, okay, if by particular month, by particular branch, by particular pizza. So I'm going to create a new key that will make it possible for me to be as granular as possible with the target I want to pick. So I'm going to do that in target, and I'm also going to do that in sales data. So since I'm on the sales data table, let's do it here now. So I'm on the sales data table. I'm going to do that here now. I go to new column. I'm going to call it maybe to call it like a target lookup key, or okay, so I'm going to just use a name that describes what I'm joining together. So I'm going to join the branch and the pizza and the year month together. So I'm going to say the branch and the pizza and the year month. So that concatenates them all, or like joins them all together for me. So for now, I think this is good enough. And we move on to the next table. So the next table is, collapse this. This is the next table, sales target. And for the sales target, I'm going to do that same target lookup key. So I go to new column, and it comes up. I'm going to say branch underscore pizza underscore year underscore month. It's equal to branch and pizza and year month. And again, if you like to be particular about the currency of the target, so I can again go here and pick the Naira. It reflects in the recently used. Okay, so I'm okay with the sales target. There's one more table I need, which is a table that a lot of times you will want to also create in your analysis. So it's called a date table. So that will expose us to some other interesting DAX formula. So I'm going to go to table tools and say I want to create a new table. Now this is the interesting thing. I'm creating a table with a formula. So if you're coming from the Excel world, this might be completely new to you, but for those who have some bit of SQL knowledge, database knowledge, they might not be surprised by these. So I'm going to call this date table, and I'm going to use a formula called calendar. So calendar helps me to generate a calendar date, like day by day, from the start date to the end date. So I'm going to call the start date the minimum of my sales data dates. So the date I have in the sales data, the minimum date, which is like the first date there, and then the max of dating that same sales data. So I'm going to just pick that again. So I tell it to use that to generate the date list for me, and that will do its work. And it disappeared, but it's been created here. So now I have it. So I have that date. I'm going to tell Power BI that this is date, not date and time. So I'm going to change this from date and time to date. So that's the data type. Okay, and Power BI is always changing it to look in this, like more day of the week, the month. That's not a problem. I need to create some additional columns that will make analysis a lot interesting, right? So I'm going to create right within this table that we've generated with the formula. I'm going to create some 3 or 4 new columns. So I'm going to extract out the year and call that year. So year is going to be equal to year of the date that we've just created from the date table. And I'm also going to extract out the month. So that month that I want to extract out, I want to extract it out as 3 letters, So month equal to format, the date, I should show it in 3 letters for the month. So that will do that for me. And I also want to do that year month, right? So the year month, here, no. And the month we just created, so that will get us the year month. I forgot to add the delimiter, so I'm going to do that right now. Space and so there will be uniformity across all the tables. Then I'm going to, because Power BI is not very good with sorting months when I display them in this alphabet. So I will need to do the month as number and tell Power BI to use that whenever it's sorting the. So I'm going to call this month number, and that will be month of the date. Okay, and I'm going to tell Power BI that it should sort this this year month. It should sort it. So you see that sort by sort by column is under the column tools. So I'm going to sort this column by the month number. By the month number. And I'm also going to do likewise for month. So in case I use month anywhere, it will always also sort it by the month number. So I'm going to do for those two. So that's another interesting thing you should be aware of if you want to sort by a particular just that went off, don't know why. So I'm just going to try to reset it. So in case if that happens in yours, you can redo the formula. I'm going to just put that back. Okay, so any other thing I need to create here? I think I have all I need. Year, month, month number, month. So if there's any more thing we need to create here, we can always come back and do that. I also want to create, because I want, if you remember in the intro video, I showed you that we can be able to toggle between local currency, which in my case is Naira, and then USD. So I want to create a table, a table that is going to just have that. So we already saw how to create a table using DAX. What if you just want to type in, this is just going to have two things, right? So what if I just want to type it in? I don't want to use some crazy formula to create a new table in this case. You see on that home menu, you see enter data. So when you click on enter data, it allows you to be able to create a static data. The keyword is static. A table, create a static table, a table that doesn't, change or needs to be updated, because this is not going to, it's not linked to anything. So it's only useful for things that are going to just remain forever like that. So I'm going to call this currency, and I'm going to say NGN and USD, and I'm going to call this currency table, and I'm going to say load, and that will create that table for me and load it into Power BI. So it's working. Let's just hold on a bit for it. It's doing its work, and voila, it's done. Now I have that here. So I think I have all I need on this table side. So I'm going to go to relationship to model. So this is where we're going to do a bit of data modeling, creating relationship. So this is where I'm going to examine what it has done and if it's what I want. So I'm going to just rearrange. This is a my central table is, this sales data is the key informational table. So I would like that to maybe stay in the middle, stay central. Now this date table, where is that date table? I'm going to need it, so let me just drag it where I can see it. And this that is hiding in one corner. So let me start with let's start with the ones it has done and see which need some changes made to it. So this is done based on what you can click on it and you see year to year. That looks okay, so I'm going to leave it. Then, but it's done this to target. I'm not going to use my exchange rate to target, so I'm going to delete this. I'm going to right click on it and delete. So this is not what I want. What I want is not between the exchange rate and target, but the exchange rate and the sales data. So I'm going to just drag year and month from there to year and month on this, and that will do that for me. So great. Let's examine another thing it has done. It's done between the sales target and the branch data. Again, is that what I want? Let's see. I think let me just put this on this side so it becomes a bit easy for me to evaluate. So I'm going to just leave that here, and then maybe I move this up a bit, and then maybe I move this here a bit. Okay, and what other thing? I don't need this branch data to go directly to branch in my sales data, so I'm going to knock this off. I'm going to delete this. Right click, delete. Again, there is not only one way to create relationships to work. So as long as you understand the concept when we are done, you could create another way around relating all these tables and it will still work for what we want. So don't think all what I'm doing is set in stone. If it looks like you have a better way of creating a relationship, you can, and that as long as you follow the rules, then it will always work. So I'm going to expand this part. Okay, so I have a relationship here between branch and branch data. I think that is okay. I like that. I need to create a relationship between the sales data and the sales target, and I'm going to relate them based on this target key that can make me say by pizza or by branch or by year and month. So that's the one I'm going to use. Okay, now it does a single relationship. What if I want to change this? And I'm going to explain why I want to change this. You see, I'm going to relate my date table. So date table is date to date here. So once I create that relationship date to date, I want this date or anything relating to date, I want to be able to pick it from here. So if I pick a date here, I will like it to be able to also that date which controls the year and month also select for me the target, also be able to filter down to the target here. So you see this direction this is going. I can be able to from here control what is picked here, but because there is no arrow going from here to control this one, there is no way I can make my selection of date, because anything that relates to date I want to pick it from the date table. That's the whole essence of creating a date table. That reminds me, I should have marked it as a date table. So I'm going to expand this and say I'm going to mark this as a date table. In case I'm not seeing that option here, if I go back here and I'm on the date table, and I right click, well, if I go here, I want to mark as date table. I thought I saw it just now. I saw it now, right? Yeah, mark as date table. So mark as date table. This is a good practice. Whenever you have a dedicated date table, then this is recommended. Just mark it as date table. It's going to ask you which column has the date, then the date is in date in my case, and then I do okay. So that's another good thing you want to get done whenever you have a date table, or you've committed to using a particular table for your dates. So now that I've done that, I just want to explain that because I need this to be able to talk to this and control this, right? So I'm going to modify this. So modifying this is you can double click on it and it will bring up the full relationship creation menu, right? So this is the relationship we've created between this and this, right? So in this case, there's cardinality. You wouldn't want to worry too much about cardinality because there's only one correct answer, and Power BI will always pick the right answer. The only explanation is just many to one. Many to one means I can have this many times, but on this other table it's only uniquely listed once. So that's what many to one means. So I only have this one here, one showing. Any record here shows once, whereas can show multiple times here. And if you have cases where it's one to one, like I said, this will always pick the correct thing. So not too much worry about that. If you forcefully pick the wrong thing, it will complain. You know, you won't be able to do okay. So I'm going to replace it with the right one. So this is where you have flexibility. You can say single, you can say both. Because I want this to be able to talk back, you know, like I need my sales data to be able to again communicate with the sales target so that I can do something and it flows to here. Then I'm going to change this to both. You see this apply security filter in both directions. It relates to row level security, so I'm not going to worry about that. So now I've changed this to dual direction. Another thing that I will like is, okay, what if the user picks a particular branch here, or picks something in here, maybe picks a particular branch pizza here, month in here, and I'd like it to be able to, you know, affect whatever it picks here, to be able to change my date selection so that it will reflect correctly for the date that was selected in here. Then in that case, that means I want this to also be able to talk back to this, you know. So I'm going to just modify this to be both directions. So that's the thing about both direction. I'll advise you not to use it too much. You see it complains. It lets you know that whenever you choose both, let me see. Okay, this is not letting you know, but then I'll just let you be aware of upfront that if you use both when single will have worked, you know, prioritize using single. The thing about single is direction flows there. So single gives you avoids ambiguity. Ambiguity is at a point you won't be able to use both anymore, and sometimes depending on how much you've used it, you could get answers that are incorrect. You might want to just Google that to correctly understand what ambiguity with both directions mean. So, but the recommendation is very straightforward. Use single, you know, over both, except where both is absolutely necessary. So in my case, I consider both absolutely necessary in this circumstance here. That's why I've changed to both. So is there any other thing I need to alter? So for exchange rate, I also want the exchange rate to also impact the sales target so that I can be able to calculate the sales target in USD. So this would be a good way to show you something interesting. So if I'm going to create another relationship between exchange rate and sales target, something is going to happen. See, it comes in a dotted line. This is what I mean by ambiguity now. Just because well, maybe this is just one part of it, not the entire picture of ambiguity. If I double click on this, you will see the issue. So it's telling me that if I try to make this active, you can't create a direct active relationship between sales target and exchange rate, because that will introduce ambiguity between tables exchange rate and the already existing sales data. What it's saying is it makes it possible for this to go from here to here, and at the same time go from here to here. So it's confused. Is it going to go, if I want to go from here to here, now I have two ways. I can go like this, way one, so from here to here, and I can go like this. This will be way two directly, right? So Power BI doesn't want you to create conflicting paths, right? So that's why it's complaining about ambiguity. I need it anyway, so I'm going to leave it, and you can't enable it because of the ambiguity, so I'm not going to enable it. I'm just going to do one change to it. I want it to be both ways because what I want to do will require me using both ways. So I'm going to leave it as both. I want to do something called use relationship, which I will explain as we go on. So I'm going to leave it as both. I'm not going to make it active, and I'm going to say OK. let's just wait a second for that to take effect. Okay, so that is done, and I think I'm okay with the relationships I have created. So let's go back right now to some of the tables and create something interesting. Again, it's not absolute that this is the only way to do what I want to do, but this is one way that will force me to show you a lot of formulas and concepts. So I want to create in the sales data table. I want to create a sales. We have sales in Naira now. I want to see create sales also in USD, and I want it to reflect in this table. You could create it as a measure, but then I want to use this to show you some interesting things. So I'm going to create sales, a new column, and I'm going to call it sales USD. Sales USD, and I'm going to say this is equal to sales, which is in Naira, divided by exchange rate. If I try to type exchange rate, I can't pick it, right? So I need to let it be aware that exchange rate is in a related table, in a table that I have created a relationship with. So once I pick related, I can now be able to say exchange rate. So it should do the division by the exchange rate for that particular month. Okay, and if you do this and say enter, instantly this is going to get me the value, and you can do a check. Let's do a quick check. So I'm going to grab this part. I'm going to cut it, or maybe not cut it. I'm going to grab just this part. Let me redo that. I'm going to grab just this part, copy, then I'm going to comment out this entire formula line. Commenting is just a double slash, right? And then I'm going to paste this one here. So I wanted to just check if it is working. This is something I do a lot because sometimes the logic might work in your head, but then you've missed out some things and you just want to verify that what you're doing is picking the right thing. So is this picking for me the right exchange rate? So let's check. This is for the month of August 2019. So if I go August 2019, it says 362. So if I go to the exchange rate table, August 2019 362. Let's see, August 2019 362. See, that's correct. So let's check another value. Let's see what happens for April 2020. So we are very certain by doing April 2020 is 390 here. So if I go back to my sales data, to this one particular, and I say April 2020, so I can do that a bit faster by coming here and I maybe coming here and I pick 2020 April. So 390 is the value there. Let's see if it tallies 390. So with this, I think I'm a bit confident that what I've done is working as I expect. So I'm going to remove the filter. So that means if that is working correctly, then it's ultimately dividing the sales value by the correct denominator, the correct exchange rate. So I'm going to just wipe off this because that was just what I wanted to let you be certain of. So I'm okay with that, and that has helped us to see how you can use another DAX formula called related. So I'm going to do likewise for sales target. So I'm going to create the sales target in USD. So if I go to sales target, and I try to do likewise target in USD, target in USD, and I say that should equal the target divided by exchange rate, again not coming up. So let's try related related exchange rate, boom, not coming up again. The reason is because I don't have an active relationship between the exchange rate table and the sales target table. So I have to use another way. I have to use a formula that makes it possible for me to get, you know, that exchange rate via that inactive relationship. So I'm going to have to use calculate. Calculate is a formula that allows me to specify a filter or something like use a relationship. So that's why I'm picking it. So I'm going to say this should get me what the exchange rate is, but it has a peculiarity of you must put in an aggregating function here. So even though I know I need just one value of exchange rate, but then I have to wrap it inside average, otherwise it's not going to let me type just exchange rate that way. So I'm going to say average of the exchange rate for that period, which in this case is just still going to be just the same value. Average of 365, in 10 places is still 365. So by the way, if I knock off that average, this is not going to work. You can try it. So you must always, you can put some will not work actually. So average is what I would say makes better sense. So it doesn't go sum up the, it should just get you the average exchange rate, which in this case is still going to be the actual exchange rate. So average exchange rate, then I'm going to, this is why I'm using it, because I want to specify use relationship. So calculate is that formula that allows me to put in a filter, and this use relationship, well, in this context is a type of filter too, right? You can use it in anywhere that you are allowed to put a filter. So I'm going to say you should use the relationship that I have between the sales target year month and the exchange rate target year month. So it should use that relationship that I have created, and so maybe so that we can test again before I start dividing. Let's even check if it is picking the correct thing. Okay, so let's do a test. Let's go test for, I think I still remember what April 2020 is, 390, right? So April 2020, 390. Let's see if that's what we get. So that looks correct. Let's pick another value. Let's pick for a different period. So let's check for, I thought I selected all, huh? So let's check for January 2018, 370. So if I go to the exchange rate table, 370 January 2018. January 2018 exchange rate table, January 2018 exchange rate table, January 370. See, correct. So it's working fine. Then you might ask, why did we create this as both direction? What if you created it as a single direction? So let's try that. What if I had left it as single direction? So I'm updating this as single direction, and I go back in here. Are you noticing that this is, it's just repeating the same value for me across all of the months? So again, you might want to read up on single and both direction from the Microsoft technical resource, but then at least now you've seen a practical effect that whenever your computation is just repeating the same thing, just know the problem is coming from direction, and it could be because you picked the thing that couldn't talk to the other thing. So that's what happened. This could talk to this couldn't talk to that, and then communication gap, right? So I fixed that back, and then I can complete the calculation here. So I'm just going to say the target value divided by that exchange rate, and that is all. So with this, I think we are done with the DAX. We'll do a bit more DAX later on, but then we are done with the DAX enough for this our formula. In this section anyway, we'll still do a bit more DAX in the measures and some other things. So just taking one last look at all what we've done, if there's anything pending. So I think we are good. We are now going to go into creating the reports. So see you in the next video. Hello, welcome to the session on the actual report creation. And I hope you've been practicing along with what we've been doing so far, because if you just watch the videos and you don't practice, you're not going to really learn and internalize those skills. So now is where you're going to see the beauty of all what we've been doing so far. So I'm going to rename this page to sales reports, and I'm going to quickly try to create like the general look. I would like to put our company logo. So say this company is Pizza Inc. So if I go to insert and image, this is the logo, Pizza Inc. logo, and I add it. So this is how you can insert images anyway, and especially very useful for logos. So I'm going to add that, and I'm going to make it a lot smaller so that logos are actually always small, and I put it at the upper left corner. Then I also want to add one very important thing you'll be needing to add a lot to your reports are slicers. They allow you to be able to control the perspective the user can view, can see. So if I want to see sales for all of the branches, I want to see sales for just some particular branches, I want to see sales for all of the days, a particular year. So all those kind of things, it's slicers that make them possible. But just before I go to it, just to let you know that you can also customize this entire report canvas, right? If you click on the empty space here, and you will always have all of these things here. You will always have these controls that are context aware. When I say context aware, they keep the options you get there keep changing depending on what is in selection. So right now that I'm just selecting the empty canvas, this is what I get, and there's always this format. So if you go there, you see the things you can change about the look and feel. So if I have a particular background I would like to, so if you've seen some people's reports where they used some backgrounds and you're like, whoa, this is awesome, how did they do this? It's just to come here and you either add an image as a background. Let me see if I have an image I can use to do a demo for us to see. In PowerPoint trainings that I do, I usually do have some images. PowerPoint training resource. Let me just look for a really nice image. Just going to see something that is going to pop out. Let's use this. This looks nice. And once I had it, sometimes you might not notice until you come here and you decrease the transparency, and you begin to see the image show, right? So if you like this, then great. This is how you achieve it. I'm not going to use an image. Also, if you've seen people use a different background, I'm not good with colors, right? So that's my own weak point. But I've seen people that have trained, and right there in the classes, their report looks better than mine because they're able to pull off some interesting colors. So maybe they use a background and then they make all those colors pop out. Whenever I try it, I just make the whole thing look horrible. So I don't do it unless maybe the user or the client has given me what kind of colors they like. Then great, I know what to click to change the colors. But then again, this is where they make that happen. And if you want to change, this is recommended. But then if you have for whatsoever reason you want to change the shape of the canvas of the report page, you want it to look like an A4, maybe now letter, right? Like you want it to tooltip. I don't know what that does, but then you see what it has done. It looks a bit more like 3 to 4 or what. Okay, it looks smaller because now my image is a lot looking bigger. So okay, I'm going to revert these changes just to let you be aware. And then there's custom where you can specify the the length and width. So if you have your own particular sizes you want, maybe you want the height to be like 1000 to 100, so you want the width to be, I don't know, maybe 800. You can specify and you begin to customize the size of the canvas. I'm going to change this back to the default because the default is good for most reports. Okay, so back to the filter. So for anything I need to add that is going to be like an analytics, or it's going to relate with the data that I've brought in, then you will add them from visuals. So if you are lucky that the visual that you want to use or the thing you want to do can be done by the visuals that are inbuilt in Power BI, that is great. And this is the field slicer I'm talking about. But if it's a case where what you want is not here, there's always like an app store, which, if you come to these ellipses and you click on app store, you can be able to browse through a larger collections of very interesting visuals that you might find useful, and better able to portray the analysis you want to carry out. So let me just wait for it to pop up, and then I'll close it just so you see what I'm saying. So you see, there are very interesting ones. If you have seen people use if this is a slicer that lets you collapse, so I can have like continents. Then if you pick like Europe, the thing expands to all the countries in the continent. So maybe a company in multiple continents. It could be like states and regions. It could be like product categories and the SKUs and the products themselves. It could be, managers and the people under them. So this hierarchy slicer is something that does that. And if you've seen people use logo as slicers, so you sell different products and you want it such that you want to use the label of the products, like the image of the product, as clickable slicers. This makes that possible. I've seen someone do it for a football analysis, and then you use the club's logo, right? So you click on this club, but not by the name, but by their logo, and then you are able to analyze. And this is good for sentiment analysis. So if you have things where people are writing comments and you want to just pop out in really big sizes the keywords people keep mentioning, so you know whether they are good or they are bad, or what are the problems that you need to let management be aware of. And again, you can just scroll through this to have an idea of what they all do. If there's anyone that you like and you just want to see some extra information about how they work, if you click on it, you will see some additional information about how to use it. You can read about what it does, and that is it. So I'm going to close this. We're going to focus more on the inbuilt ones because they are powerful in themselves. There are about 29 of them, and that's a lot. Okay, Excel just has like 18 max, so, and we do a lot with Excel. So with just these ones, you can do an awesome lot. So I'm going to add the slicers, right? So this is what I call the slicer. They are one of those things you want to use. You will even add first by my own analysis experience. They are the ones I had first because that's where I begin to control the user experience. So I'm going to say that I want you to be able to pick a branch. Now this is very interesting. The branch that we are talking about, right? This branch is available in 3 different files. There's branch in sales data, there's branch in branch data, there's branch in sales. Which of them am I going to use? This is where you have to remember how you've done your relationship here. So you pick from the one that can talk to everybody, the one that is like up there in terms of this communication hierarchy. If I pick branch from here can talk to this, can talk to this. But unfortunately, it cannot talk to branch data here because this cannot talk back here, right? Similarly, if I pick branch here, it can talk to this, can talk to this. There's no branch here anyway. It can talk to this, but it can't talk back here. So, but if I pick branch here, it can talk to this, can talk to this, right? So I'm going to pick the one that can, control every other thing. So I'm picking branch from here. So that's the thing. You just have to always keep that in mind. Otherwise, you will see that sometimes your analysis, the one thing you used to know easily is whenever they're just repeating the same figures, that's one very short a short telltale sign that you've picked something that cannot control another aspect of your analysis, and then you can quickly use this to trace which you should have picked. So I'm going to just knock this one off. So I've added this branch. I'm happy with the way it looks, but then you can control what the look. You can say maybe you want it as a drop down so the user is able to pick, but I'm going to reset it back to list, and then I'm going to just resize it so it just has enough size to show what I need to show. And then as usual, if you go to the format, you can always control some things about it. Maybe you want it to be vertical orientation. We're going to do that, but not in this one. Maybe I want it to look like this. In case you've seen some sliders that look like that, that's how they achieve that look. I'm going to not do that. I'm going to reset this back to the vertical it was. Okay, and then you can change a whole lot of other things. If you just toggle, through all of these options, you will see how to change things. If you want people to be able to do multiple selection, then that is good. If you want to show select all, then they'll be able to do a select all, and maybe that is also another good thing you want, right? And if it's you want them to be able to see like this multiple tick button, okay, no, not multiple. This is single select. Single select that I did just makes it that you can only select one option, right? And the moment you do that, there's no select all anymore. But this is the one I'm saying. If you want people to be able to select without having to hold control key, select multiple without, then they can be able to select multiple without having to hold control keys. Okay, so whichever experience you want the user to have, then you leave it that way. So I'm just going to just leave it as the default. So I'm going to reset to the default, and I'm going to leave that there. Then as for the color and the how things are, the slicer header, like, which is this. If I turn it off, it goes off, right? There's also a title. So if I turn title on, I get a title, but because there's no title there, is kind of empty. If I expand, I can type and say I want a title, and I call it branch. So maybe what I'll do is I'll leave it, because title is consistent across all of the visuals. What I mean by consistent is something I will always see. I will not always see slicer header. So if I want a formatting that is consistent, maybe I want to always show my header in a particular background color, then I'll prefer to use title and then say, okay, I want it to always pop up in a particular background color. No, not the font, background. Maybe I want this to align to the center. I want this to show in a background color of this, and what other things. So well, you can always keep checking and seeing what you can tweak. You can tweak the color of the actual selection items in here. That's under the items. So I'm going to stop that there. As we do more and I do more of touch more of those things, you begin to see the practicality of using them. So that's one slicer. I also want the user to be able to select year, right? So I had a slicer, so you can be able to select what year to view. For anything relating to date, I'm going to pick from the date table. So I want to be able to select the year. Now this year pops up like this. Maybe I don't want this approach. I don't want this timeline approach. I want like a list. So again, I go there and I say it should show me as a list. And then another thing is I want this to be like horizontally arranged. So orientation horizontal. Then I want it to be a bit smaller. Then maybe I don't need the header, so I turn off the header, and I'm going to maybe say put this at this upper side, so that way it is not taking too much space and the user is able to see it as one of the first things they might need to set. Okay, so that's good. What if I want the user to specify which month of the year is analyzing for? So I drag month also into here. So this month, I think I'm going to put it up here, but then I want it to be as a drop down, so you're able to just pick. And as usual, I want to turn off the slicer header, so I'm going to just turn off the slicer header, and I'm going to move this up here, and I'm going to say that okay, you should be able to select which month you want to analyze for right here. Good. If yours is not arranging the month in the normal calendar sequence, then you must have skipped one step we did in the last video, where we talked about you saying sort by sort by month number, right? So you might need to do that step. I'm not going to do it again. So make sure you follow all my steps exactly so that things work out nicely as they should. I'm also going to say I want the user to be able to pick a currency. Maybe this is too much space. This is enough for that. So I want the user to pick a currency. I'm going to do that as another slicer, and I go to the currency table, and I want the user to be able to select which currency he wants to display the reporting. Again, I'm going to pick. So for this one, I'm going to set it as single select because I don't want to be able to select multiple currency. It doesn't make sense, right? So I'm going to set it at, you can't, single select. So you have to just pick one of the currencies. I'm going to turn off the slicer header, and then maybe I drag this to another extreme corner of my report page. And because this is an important thing that I want you to be aware of, I can give it a border, right? So I can say, okay, this should have a border. Maybe it should have that faint blue border. Okay, so let's see if things are looking nice. Okay, so if I'm happy with what I've done, let me just make this have a consistent look. All right. And I also want you to specify the like a date. I want to give you option of picking which date period you want to see. So I had another slicer, and this time around I had date there. And when it comes in this timeline format, I like it that way. I'm going to retain that, and what I'm just going to do as usual, nobody will see this and not know that it's date, so I can turn off the slicer header because space is really premium. I need the space that is occupying, and then I can say that okay, this is it. And if this is beginning to block some things, I can go turn off the fill color. So if I go here and the slicer itself, the background, so I can turn off the background color so it has no background color, and that way it doesn't overlap and cover some other things. And our report should have a title, right? So I'm going to give our report a title. So for that, I go to insert, I insert a text box, and I type in the title that I want to give it. So I can say this is Pizza Inc. National Sales Report, and I make this to be center, make bold, make the font size a lot bigger. Okay, this is too big. And if you have a particular font you like to use, great. I'm not, like I've said, I'm not very good with all of those type of things. So as long as what I've picked is not bad, that is good enough. So I'm just going to drag this. So dragging this can be a bit tricky. If you have trouble dragging anything, any control, one way is to, whenever you click on it and you see these three ellipses, that is one easy way, or you drag from the edges. So whichever you remember to do. So I'm happy with this. I think this positioning is good. Yeah, it looks a bit centralized that way. So I'm going to leave it that way, and then I'm going to move on to another useful visual I want to use. So I want to show what the sales is as against the targets, right? So one visual that allows me to do that is this gauge. You can find better looking gauges in the store, in the app store, but then once you know how to use these, then you will know how to use those ones. So I'm going to click on gauge. So you click on the visual you want, and whenever you pick the visual, we always see its own options. So it has its own things you need to drag in to get the visual to work well. So I want to put in the sales. So if I drag in sales here, instantly it shows me what the sales is, and it shows me in Naira. And if I want to see what it's doing against the target, then instantly that shows me as against the target. But then what if you toggle this to USD? Well, this is not going to know that. It's still going to just keep showing me the sales in Naira. So we want to do something that will monitor this and effectively decide whether to use the Naira or to use the dollars, since we already have the Naira sales figure and we have the dollars sales figure. So that brings us to another DAX formula. But in this case, what we are doing is not like creating a new column. So we just want to do like a computation, like total sales amount. And so for doing that, when we go to modeling, I'm just going to click measure, new measure. So new measure is what allows you to create a calculation that is not going to be like for every single cell in a table, but then something like a calculation you want to display on your report. Okay, so I'm going to call this sales sales amount. So that I don't go use the name sales again. So sales amount, I'm going to say sales amount should be, a conditional based on what was selected. So that brings us to two DAX formulas. If which is straightforward, but then there's this thing I can use to monitor what is selected in the currency. So I can say if the selected value in the currency table currency field, if that is equal to USD, so if it's USD that is being selected, then it should get me the sum of the sales in USD. Otherwise, it should get me the sum of the sales as it is in Naira anyway. Okay, so with this, that should work. Let me just take one look at the selected value. Well, if it doesn't work, it's going to tell us anyway. So I do this. Now, whenever you do a measure, right, Power BI has this. If it doesn't work, it will come up with an error anyway. And when we use it, we will know also too if the values are not what we expect, then we can go check what we've done wrong. But I want you to notice that what I've done, it has put the formula this in here under branch table, which is doesn't look like the right place to put it. If you ask me, it doesn't follow. This is not something related to branch, so I can move it, right? So if I click on this, then if I go to table tools, right, I can change the no, not table tool. I want to change the home. Let's just toggle and see. They keep moving things around in this menu. Before it used to be in modeling. Now they've added a couple more. Let me just check. Okay, so there's a new one, measure tools, right? So if I go to measure tools, I change the data category. No, not the data. I need the home table. Yeah, the home table, I change from branch data to, let's say, sales data makes more sense. Some other times, some people create a blank table and put in all their measures in there. Well, different people have different. Me, I try to put it in a table that I think is much more related to what that measure is computing. So in this case, I think the sales data is a better table to move it to. So if you don't want to keep doing that over and over when you're creating measure, then you might prefer to just right click on the very table that you want the measure to be in and pick new measure. So that's what I do a lot. So I'm going to do that for the sales target. I'm going to right click on the sales target table and say I want to add a new measure there, and then I'm going to call that new measure target amount. I'm going to follow the same approach. So once this comes up, I'm going to call it target amount, and I'm going to say if selected value of currency is equal to USD, then it should get me the sum of the target amount in USD. Otherwise, you just get me the local currency one. So just target. Okay, and I close the bracket, and that should do it. So that's what I'm going to use in this thing. So those measures I've created, I'm going to use them now. I'm going to just instead of sales, I'm going to drag sales amount to value. Okay, and instead of target value, instead of target, ordinary target, I'm going to drag that target amount to target. Okay, and so you see this is happening as we've expected. And if I toggle this to Naira, I see the value in Naira. Okay, I need to do something about this title. The title is taking too much space. So I'm going to go to title and say the title should be sales versus targets. So this looks good. I'm going to try to maintain the same design I did here. So I'm going to say like centralized to the middle. You should give it a background color of this, and what other thing do we do? Okay, so that's looking good. Now this gauge has another nasty default behavior of always putting the maximum of the scale to be twice the actual. So if you want something else, so we are going to do that. We're going to create a maximum scale that will be dynamic, that will be like times 1.2 of the max value of this. So if the target is the max of this displayed, then you should just do on the scale of 1.2, like 120% of the target. And if it's the actual that is the largest, so that is not difficult. I just again go to sales data, I right click, I do new measure. So I'm going to call it gauge max. So I'm going to call it gauge max, and I'm going to say it should be the max of sales, but that sales amount that we've created. So this sales amount, comma, target amount, and then whichever is the maximum of the two, you should multiply by 1.2. So I'm going to use that as my maximum of the scale. So this max value, I'm going to just drag the gauge to max value. So that way, I can have a better looking gauge. Okay, so I am going to just reduce or increase, I don't know which to do, the size of this. If you feel this is too big, or so, I've seen people say they like this size anyway. The only thing sometimes they do is maybe they want the color to be different. You can always change that. If you go here, you can change what color the target should have, and you can control the size. So maybe you want the color of the target to be I don't know, maybe deep blue. So maybe that's good. So I'm going to leave it that way, and then I move on to another control. So I move on to another control, another visual I want to show. So I want to show what's our sales amount. So I want to show it as a table, like a tabular display of sales amount versus target by the product, by the, all the things that I feel management would like to see. So there are two tables, right? There is this table, which I call it table for dummies, or like user friendly kind of. So it has just one option. You drag whatever you want there and it displays. So I want to see the product. So if I want to see the product, I want to see the product, I want to see what other thing will it makes sense to show. So I want to see the product, this, I want to see the products, I want to see the sales amount. I want to see the target amount. So you see, once I just drag them in there, they show that way. On the surface, you'll be like, this is good, you know, this is what I want. But then let me show you the difference between this and, so there's a second table called matrix. So matrix is the equivalent of pivot table. If you've used pivot table, then you know this is it. This is exactly just pivot table. For me, I recommend that you learn to use matrix if you don't know how to use it. You know, and if you already know how to use pivot table, I recommend use this all the time. The advantage you get with this is that there's you know, pretty much nothing you can do in terms of report layout here that you can't do with this. But there are some things you can do with this that you cannot do with this one. The only time I've seen this as an advantage is if I just want to be able to turn off subtotal for some things, and so this one allows me to be a bit more flexible with subtotal. That's the only advantage I've seen of this over this. Okay, so this is how the matrix works. So like pivot table, rows, columns, values, filters. So if you already use pivot table, you'll be familiar with those fields. So I'm going to drag whatsoever I want to do the analysis by into rows. I want to do by the different products we sell. That goes to row. That gives me the categories of products. And then what calculations I want to do goes to value. Go to value. So I want to see the sales amount. That goes to value. I also want to see the target amount, so that goes to value also. And on the surface, we are like having the same thing, right? So then why am I saying this is superior in terms of flexibility to this? What if I want to be able to specify by branches? So I want to see this for different branches. This is where matrix shines. So if I drag branch to column, I'm able to see for different branches. See? That I cannot achieve yet. If I drag branch, so if I drag branch to somewhere here, anywhere you drag it to, it's going to do this same kind of pattern. It just keeps repeating here. It doesn't give me this style. So that's the flexibility that you lose if you stick to these, and the flexibility you get if you use this. Right. So I'm going to use matrix, even though what I want to do is something I could have done with the table, but I want you to get familiar with using matrix, and by default I use matrix a lot. So I don't need branch. I just want to display the sales amount by target. Okay, and I want to do two more things. I want you to be able to kind of drill down, be able to see for what branch, you know, the products, each product, the sales across the branch, and that's very easy. So if you just drag branch as a second level detail to show, so in this case, so if I drag branch, I'm able to, it gives me a collapsible option. I'm able to see the sales, you know, by the different branches for that product, right? And I'm able to see the performance of the target, and the performance against target. Okay, so that's done. What if I also wanted to be able to collapse into the different year and month, right? So if I remember what I said, sorry, drag anything that is date related from the date table. So yes, that's what we're going to do, and that does it. Okay, and then I makes it possible for me to be able to collapse and say CD. Okay. And you see all of these things, they are what also allows you to do a kind of bulk collapse. So you can be like, okay, I want to like go back up to the hierarchy. I want to collapse, you know, everything down, and it does this. So these are the things that I like about matrix. I'm going to leave this there and then expand it, you know, take it to the upper level in the hierarchy. What if you want to show like a conditional formatting, you know, when you do above the target, you should be green. If you are 5% to the target, then yellow. Then maybe if you are like 5% below the target, red. Okay, so we want to do that. So we might need to calculate like a target variance. You know, did you exceed your target? Did you do below the target? You know, so I'm going to create like a target variance. So doing that is I create a new measure, and I'm praying that that creates inside the. I would like that to be in the sales. Again, it's created it in the measure, right? Anyway, I'll move it once done. So I'm going to call this a target variance or performance variance. So I don't know which name makes better sense. You can always rename it anyway. The concept is more important. So I'm going to say this is going to be equal to okay, the sales amount divided minus. So the sales amount minus the target amount, then everything divided by the target amount. Okay, I think that looks logically correct. Huh? So I do enter. So that's going to get me like the variance. So how you performed as against the target you were given. So that is what I will use to maybe so that you can see what the answer comes to. I can drag it onto the table. So I drag. By the way, I'm going to change this, move it to sales. I feel sales data is a more natural table to locate it. And then I am going to drag this to value. So you see when we exceed targets, shows, and when we, so you get the whole idea. And what I want is now to create a conditional formatting on sales amount based on these variants. So I go to format. I'm going to go to conditional formatting. I say I want to do a, you can pick something else if that's, but in my case, sales amount is what I want to do it on. You can say you want a font color, you want a background color. I'm going to pick icon, so I'm going to use icon, and then I go to advanced control, and then I'm going to say this is going to be based on the result in that target variance. Okay, and then I'm going to say you can choose the style. I'll choose a style that, let's just pick a neutral style. This looks like not too, this looks too big, so I'm going to just pick this, and I'm going to tell it that I'm not doing based on some percentage condition. I'm strictly doing it based on some absolute numbers. So I'm going to change this from percentage to numbers, and then let's start with red. So when should this show red? So when this is you can't turn off the greater than part, even though I know that all I need is as long as it is less than 0, then it should be red. But then less than 0, which is this, should be red, but I still have to say greater than what. So I'm just going to plug in a really large negative number, so I can say when it's, as long as it's greater than minus 1000. And then for the 0, for the yellow, so 1 is 0 or 0.05, so that's 5%. So as long as it's between 0 and 0.05, but not up to exactly 0.05. And then here, when it is equal to, so when you are like 5%, okay, I think I've mixed it up. This should be, as long as it is less than minus 0.05. So you are like, beyond 5% of your target to the negative side. And then if you are able to be like within 5% of your target. Okay, but you didn't meet the target. But here you met the target, and again I must still put a less than, so I just plug in some ridiculously large number in here. Okay, so that should get it. Let's just think it through again. This is just to plug some ridiculously large number there. As long as you are 5% in your variance is less than 5%, so maybe it's 10%, it's minus 20%, so it's less than minus 5%, that will be red. Then if you're like minus 5% to 0, but you're not 0, 0 is like you meet your target exactly, that's yellow. Then if you met your target, which is 0, or exceeded your target, which is like any number above 0, so yeah, it makes sense. So I'm going to do okay, and that logic is going to apply to this. So, and it applies even when you expand. So when you expand, you begin to see that this is applying as we have illustrated. So looking good. Okay, so I'm going to just collapse everything once again, and then I'm going to, I don't need to show the target variance. If you want, great, but let's say in our case maybe we don't want, so but if you want to just leave it, and if you want it to show as percentage, you already know how to do that, right? You pick it, you go to percentage, and then it shows as percentage, and that is it. Okay, all right. I'm not interested in that, so I'm going to knock it off, take off the target variance. I'm just going to show the sales amount and target, and if you are green, if you are yellow, if you're red. So leave it as this. Okay, so we make progress. Maybe I can make this a bit bigger. All right. So I move on to another visual that I think is meaningful, which takes us to map. So the location, the branches, they are better showed on a kind of like a map visual. So I'm going to add the map. Power BI has 3 different maps that you can pick from. There's this map, there's field map, and then there is ArcGIS. And if you go to the preview, you can also enable shape map. So if you go to file and you go to options and settings, and you go to options and you go to preview features, let me just wait for that to pop up, and I go to preview. If you can see preview, can you just point me preview features, you can enable shape map, right? So I'm not going to enable it, I don't need it. I just want you to know that it's there. It allows you to kind of like it's very much like field map, except that you can create your own borders. You can say this is the sitting room, this is like the kitchen, something that you cannot do on a regular map. So I'm going to just add the regular map, which is this, and then once I add the map, I'm going to, these are its own options, right? So location, if you're lucky that the places you have, so like the location places, it can geotag them correctly, then that's good. You're good with that. So mine is can geotag 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 branches, so one branch is missing, right? So it's not getting everything in my case. I think it's not getting, so let's check. This is Lekki, this is Ibadan, this is Ikoyi, this is Surulere. I think it's not getting Bagada. So in that case, if I have a situation like that, then I'll just have to use legend and latitude and longitude. By the way, let me just drag branch into legend also, so that I get to see them in different colors. So because it's not locating them correctly, I'm going to knock this off, and I will use explicitly the latitude. So you might need to go grab the latitude and longitude from a map and plug that. Do not summarize, don't do average. So you saw what I did. It was doing a calculation on it, I don't need it to do a calculation. I clicked on this and say do not summarize. It will just use the value as it is there. I'm going to also do likewise for longitude. Do not summarize. And with that, it should correctly geotag. So I think it's doing now. Yeah, so this is by that. So yeah, and what do I want to plot? Whatever you want to plot goes to size. So if I decide that I want to show the sales, you know, by those different branches, so if I drag sales amount to size, that is what is going to happen. So the bigger the sales, the bigger the size of the bubble in this case, right? So I think this is good. So I'm just going to do a bit of rearranging and dragging. So one issue you're going to have with Power BI is, unlike Excel where space is kind of almost unlimited, in this one you will have to be creative with space. So I'm going to do what we've been doing for as per title so that we get consistent title format. So I go here, I'm going to say sales amount by branch, sales amount by branch. Okay, I'm going to say align to the center. I'm going to give it the usual background color we've been using, and one of the branches is not showing, so I can do a trick to make it show. If I go to legend, so this is a legend, right? So if I go to legend, I can just reduce the font size until everything shows. I think this is visible enough. Maybe let me just make it is better so I can, because size is of essence. Okay, so this is good by my judgment. So I'm going to move on to another visual that I need. So I'm going to add the pie charts. Yes, a pie chart. So I click empty space. You always remember to click an empty space. If you click on another visual while one of your visuals is already selected, it's just going to change that one. And so, you know, I don't want that. I'm going to just undo. Okay, so this has an undo anyway. The undo here works. It's a Power Query that doesn't have an undo button. So I'm going to create afresh a pie chart. I'm going to position it beside my map, and for this pie chart we're going to do something interesting. So I want to show the across the different branches, right? So across the different branches, and the same thing we did here where you can pick a branch, you can drill down. So I'm going to do that drill down thing, right? So I'll say also I want you to be able to pick, to be able to see the branch that it's coming from. So I'm sorry, not branch now, the pizza itself. I want you to be able to see the pizza for each branch. So I drag that underneath that. So once you drag two things to legend or to some of these major fields except value, they create like a drill down functionality, see? So you can be able to click turn on drill down. You know, these drill down options you see, you don't get them except you've created a kind of drill down feature. So it's not showing here right now. But the moment I drag that pizza in here, I begin to have that option show in here. So I'm going to say the value I want to plot is the quantity. So I want to plot the total quantity. Okay. And I also, maybe as an additional detail, I want to show the manager name. So the name of the manager for that branch. And okay, so we're getting there gradually. And this, if you, I don't know if this is okay. So let me see. I need to be a bit more creative with this spacing here. Then. Okay, so this is not bad. The only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to modify. Let's see how it looks by branch and manager. Branch and manager. By branch, it's quantity by branch. So I'm going to change the title. quantity by branch. As usual, align to the center and use this. Okay, and so I sometimes try to check which is a better display, the legend where on this side or top. So I can go and check it out. And if I toggle the legend to go top, let's see. Let me reduce the font size and see if that gets better. What other thing do I need to do? Okay, I kind of prefer this then. By the way, it makes this a consistent arrangement with the map. So I'm going to leave it that way. Now, people usually prefer to see the name and the percentage rather than the value and the percentage, So which you can always see everything here. But then if I want to show the branch manager's name, you already know the branch by the color. Then I have to take a trip back to formatting here. And then I go to the detail label and change the label style, and in this case it's going to be category and percentage of total, percent of total. So I think this is good. If you ask me, this looks good enough. So now let's demo how this drill down works. So if I click on this, the default behavior of Power BI is when you click on anything, it allows it to filter through all of the entire visual. So through your entire report, you see the sales versus target has changed to show me for just that branch. This has even changed. These values have changed. If you click on it again, it unselects it and you see everything once again. But if I turn on the drill down, what happens is the behavior changes. Now, if I click on this, it's going to drill down into, in this case, pizza. So it's going to, once I click on a branch, it's going to just drill down straight into the underlying pizza. So that's what will happen now. I'm going to click on the same thing again. And boom, it drills down into the pizzas that were sold. So the different pizzas sold by that branch, margarita. The pizza is repeating the same names, right? So that's something that is because somewhere our relationship is messed up. It's not able to figure out which one. So you can go try and see if you can fix that. I'm just going to go ahead with the class and just show you. I think I should just move on. By the way, if you want to, there's something here that I've not mentioned that you might want to be aware what it does. You see this thing, focus mode. If I click on it, it is going to put this in like a full view, I don't want to say full screen, maybe full report space view, right? And then all what we did the other time, if I do it here again, you see the effect. Okay, so it kind of drills down. All right, so I'm going to go back to the report. I'm going to drill this up. Always when you drill down, take extra care to drill back up if you don't want, when you want to publish, so you don't just end up publishing with that drill down applied already. Okay, so I am going to add another chart type. So now we're going to add say a combo chart, a clustered column and line. So I'm going to add this one, combo charts. So what do I want to show in here? I want to show over the months, like over the months, what has been the sales and the quantity as line chart. So that means shared axis is going to have the year, month, and the column series. Let's say I put here the sales amount here, so it shows as columns. Sales amount, let me do that again. Mistake. Sales amount to column values. Yeah, sales amount to column values, and this is a lot. Let's pick a year. Let's pick 2019. Okay, it's affected is this is not changing. So if you notice that, see, I will have preferred this also to change from 2019 to like 2019, like January to December. So the thing that I can use to check why that is not happening is, so in Power Pivot and Power BI, any visual that you have, you can go to Format, and you will see Edit Interaction, and you can use this to see what the default interaction is like. And I'm seeing something here that I don't like. So I'm noticing that on this is able to filter this, is able to filter this, is able to filter this. So everything is able to filter, you see. But there's one of them that instead of it being able to filter, it is none. It's none. So let's check. Maybe this is that one. So let's do that again. Yeah, it is this one. So I'm going to set it to be this so that it works that way. So instantly it has changed. I'm just going to move it back to the position it was. Okay, and then I turn off that. So I think with this it should be working as I expect. So that's another thing that Power BI has. You can optionally control the interactions between your visuals by going to that edit interaction and turning off the effect of one visual on the other visual. Okay, so I'm going to just take this back to 2019, and then I'm going to complete this. I'm going to drag the quantity to line values, and you will always see two tips. If there's any extra information you like to see, you drag there. Maybe you always want to see the target amount. So if I drag target amount to 2 tip, let's see if that will work nicely. So if I put my mouse here, okay, yeah, so it shows me what the target amount is. So it's not going to display by default. It's until someone puts his mouse, his cursor on anything there, then that whatever you drag to tooltip shows in that instance. So I'm going to resize this to the kind of size that will fit into the space that I have. Okay, I can always alter this later on, but then I'm going to leave it this way for now. I am going to also make our title uniform as we've been doing. So sales amount and quantity by year and month. Sales amount. Since the target doesn't show until someone clicks on it, so what I'll do is I'm going to not include the target amount in the label. I will just say it's the sales amount, sales and quantity by year and month. By month. Month is better. By month. And as usual, I make this to centralize, and I change the background color to the one we've been using so far. Okay, so I think this looks nice. Nothing, any other thing I would like to change here. For now, I'm okay with what I've done there. So I'm going to add another kind of very common visual. So you notice a consistency in things that are, wherever you see values, values always mean values, whether it's on. So there are some things that you keep coming across, in all of the visuals. So the more, all these ones I'm using is already exposing you to those things. So even if you use a visual that is not what I've used, you'll be able to understand what the options require. I'm going to add another common visual we use a lot, a clustered bar chart. And maybe for space issue, I'm going to drag this here. Okay. Okay, so I am going to say I want to show the sales and target, but for the different products. So for the different pizzas, what the sales and target are. So I drag to the axis what I want to show. No, for the different what? For the different pizza. I want to show for the different pizza. So pizza goes to axis. Then I want to show what the sales amount is. So sales amount goes to value. Then I want to show what the target amount also is. Target amount also goes to value. And voila, that is done. If you have a breakdown you want to show by, you can drag that to also to legend. Maybe I want to show by branch. Just like if I do that, this is going to be really very crowded. So if I drag branch here, I don't know if you like what it will the way it will show, but then let me just show you what I mean. I need to, when you do that, you need to have only one thing in value anyway. So if I, okay, so that's almost similar, just that for what I want to do, since I already have them as different fields, I'm just going to drag directly to values. Okay, so that is done. And then I'm going to alter some of the labeling and maybe a bit of even the size of the font. So I'm going to say I don't want, let's go with the title first and just alter some things about the title. The sales and targets by pizza. Okay, so that does it, makes it centralized. Okay, and if I want to reduce the font size of this label, so maybe they can show a bit bigger, then I can go to the let's try the y-axis. I think it is the lowest one can do. So well, not too bad. I'm just going to leave it at this. You already get your bigger concept, right, of how you add the bar chart and the options you get there. So I'm going to move on to another visual. This video is getting a bit long, so we're going to try to hurry up with the other visuals and other things so that you can see the beauty of the work and then take some rest. So I move on to, I want to add a card. So card is one visual you will use a lot also too. This is a card. There's also multi-row card, which works like card but allows you to do like a breakdown. Maybe I'm going to do sales now, but what if you want to do sales by branch? Then use a multi-row card. So I'm just going to use card, and then I'm going to say I just want to display what the sales amount is. So card displays one important metric, and I'm going to drag this here. I'm going to try to maintain the look we've been using so far. So I'm going to say it should have a title, so that it doesn't have double title. I'm going to turn off the category and say it should just be one title I need, and the title should be like, should display total sales and centralize, and as usual give it a background color. So if I like this that I've done, and maybe just reduce the width a bit, the height. If I like this, I can copy. So I select this, I copy, which is Ctrl C, or you copy from there used to be copy here also, yeah, copy from home, and then you paste, which is Ctrl V, or you paste here, whichever you do. I use the keyboard shortcut a lot more, but then just so you can see my steps clearly, I have opted to use the button approach. So quantity, and I'm going to change this to title to quantity. So this will help us see the quantity that was sold. Okay, and Okay, so this is looking good. I also want to, so moving on to another one, I want to show you there's this visual called KPI. A lot of people keep asking me, oh, KPI, that sounds awesome. You know, how do I use it? Yeah, it sounds awesome, but then the implementation here is something that doesn't work with what most people will like to do. So let me show you how it works. Huh? So when you pick KPI, it allows you to say, okay, what's the indicator? So in this case, the indicator is the value that you want to track, you know, like what's the KPI itself. So in this case, it's the sales amount, right? I want to see if our sales amount is meeting target. So that means automatically the target is sales target amount. So that goes to the target. And then I want to see these, you know, over what? So let's say I want to see these over the different months. So because those targets are actually also monthly, right? So if I drag the year months to axis, then that happens. So it looks nice. The only thing is that this is always doing for the last month. Just check it out. 495612. Can you see 8482? So it's just the last month. Even if I'm picking an entire year, so you'll be thinking, oh, this is showing me for like the entire period I selected. Nope, this just shows you the last period. So you can just be careful in your label so that the user will know that that is what is seeing that for. Even though this might be reflecting the ups and downs over the period, but this is always, this they are looking at is always showing for the last. So we can see the recent sales versus target. So I'm going to modify the title and call it recent sales or latest sales. That might look more meaningful. Latest sales versus target. Maybe most recent might be easier for the user to read. Most recent sales versus target. Okay, so that is done. I'm going to tell it to centralize, and I'm going to background color. All right, so that is looking like it. I'm going to increase the height. Just make some space in between that. Maybe I should increase the height of this one then. All right. Then what other things should we do? Let's just throw in another table, right? So like I mentioned, matrix is the preferred one, and I'm also going to show, I'm going to try to show by the different branches what the discount, so the management can see, you know, how much these quantities are sold at some discounted amount. So that means I want to drag branch to rows. And then I want to show for the different discounts possible. So these are the possible discounts that can be given. What's the total quantities that were sold at a particular discount rate? Okay, this is looking really big. So I'm going to try and adjust the size. So I'm going to go to here. I'm going to say I want to change the size of the entire grid. Okay, so I think that's done it. I'm going to turn off the one of the totals. Let's see which one I'm going to turn off. So I'm going to turn off the that's the column total. So if I go here and I go to the subtotals, I turn off the column totals. Alright, so this is now beginning to look a bit too tiny. So let's say I up it one more and see if this is let's see if becomes a, that's why I say when it's Power BI, you have to be good with why all these has changed is because I clicked on Ikoyi. So if I clicked on it again, it's going to unselect it and I get back everything. Okay, so what should we give this a title to, or should we just ignore giving it a title? Let's see if we can have space enough to plug in a title into this. So let's try and add a title. I go here, title, turn on title, and then I type quantity by discount rate, quantity by discount rates, center line. So I'm back to the problem I had before, and I think it's now more pronounced, kind of. So I'm going to try and create more space for it, just do a bit of some readjustments and make this. I still have some spaces to the right of this. Can use that space. And I can see if I drag this down a bit more. Okay, so that's good. Just drag this to keep up with that size. And this, I'm going to drag it up. Okay. All right. So let's see. This is not looking bad. Just put some spacing between them so they don't get too. Alright. So if you want the spacings to be like perfect, so I'm going to show you how we do that. I'm going to select all of this. So I held down the control key anyway. So this will select all of those. It might lag a bit by some seconds, but it will do it. Then if you go to the format, right, you are able to do align. So in this case, if you've used these in PowerPoint or some other tools, it's the same concept. I'm going to say distribute horizontally. So it's going to like perfectly space them. Then I can, if I want, so anyway, I think that's done it. I'm okay with that. Any other thing missing in here? Okay, so we are kind of done with the look, and what is left is if I want to control what each managers can, like each branch team can see, then I go to modeling. I'm going to add an access control. So I go manage roles. So I click on manage roles. I start creating roles and say, okay, maybe there is going to be general manager. So general manager can see everything. I'm not going to limit him. So I'm going to say there is Bagada team. So Bagada team, they can only see, where the branch is just their own branch, which is Bagada, right? So as to be faster, I'm going to copy this, do create again. I'm going to say Ibadan team, and I just come in here, paste, making sure that it's in this branch table. If it was here, I would have clicked that table. But what I'm doing, I'm limiting into the branch table. Branch table controls the entire other tables that have branches. So if you remember that. So Ibadan, right? I create again, Ikoyi team. Ikoyi. I hope you notice that I'm not clicking save until I'm done. If you click save, you will have to come back here and do manage rows to create additional ones. So it's better you create all what you want to create before you do save. I'm going to call this Lekki. I'm going to do the one last one, Surulere. And I paste and Surulere. So the name you give it here doesn't really matter. It is what you type in here that determines the behavior. So once I'm done, I do save. You can even preview what it will look like if you do view as, and you can pick any of the branch and it will preview for you how someone assigned that role. We see the entire report, so you're going to see just for their branch, so that is working across it, everything, right? So see, everything has changed. Boom. Right, so I'm going to stop there, and so that is it for this video. So next section is we're going to go into the Power BI service. Make sure you repeat all of this. I'm going to attach the completed file so you can compare. If you have made a mistake anywhere, you can be able to see where you've made mistake. But please make sure you do the whole from scratch, up to here. So thank you. See you in the next video. Hello, welcome to the session on Power BI service. So right now we've done a very beautiful looking report, but then this is not the end of it. If you just decide to start sharing this to people, then you are not using Power BI the way it should be used. So naturally we should publish, but then before we publish, I need to explain something really important. So I need us to go to the Power BI service. Going to the Power BI service means you go on your web page, on your whatever browser you like to use. If you go to powerbi.com, it brings you straight up here. I hope you've created an account. That was one of the first series of lectures we had, and so I needed to just sign in. So once you sign in, it's going to show this, right? And then you will see on this upper left corner, right? You're going to notice this aspect. So the way Power BI service is, the major menus are on the left side. So you see home menu, you see. Anyway, right, I'll keep talking about the menus later in another section of part of this video. Right now, the important thing I need you to go to is workspace. So workspace is where we're going to start with. Workspace is, the concept of workspace is this. For me, I have a lot of workspaces because sometimes I collaborate with other people, or in a training I have to create a workspace. But the concept of workspace is, on the default, you're going to have my workspace. So for all of you that you are new entirely to Power BI, you will most likely have just my workspace. You will not have anything in these other part, these workspaces here, right? So workspace is, if I am to collaborate with other people on a report. Maybe I'm in finance department, I'm in operations department, I'm in think of any department that you can be in, that you probably already are in, and you need to work with your colleagues in creating a report. When I say work with your colleagues in creating a report, my boss should be able to see what I'm doing without me necessarily sharing with him. Other colleagues should be able to see what we are doing. They can add, they can do other things, and whatever. Everyone has, maybe to some level, some of us, we have equal access, like almost same ownership and admin access to the report. We might designate some other people as view only, so maybe our boss can be view only, or some other people in the team might be view only, so they will not be able to make modifications, but they can also see what is happening. So they are always in loop of what the progress made on the report before, when the report is done, and then we now want to share it with other stakeholders in the company. So that's the whole concept of workspace. I'll just go to my this workspace here. I'll do create a workspace. So if you are not on Power BI Pro, it's going to tell you that this requires a Pro license. But then hopefully you should see start a trial. So if you get that start a trial, do that. You might need to click it twice to, like start a trial, confirm that you want to do a 60 days trial, and then it will allow you to come to this section. And if in this section is telling you that IT has disabled this, then you might need to get in touch with your company IT. But then this is how it works. So I can create and say, okay, company ABC operations team. So whatsoever project I want to do or report I want to do that is related to this company ABC, and particularly for this department in that company, I'm going to push it to this workspace. I'm going to explain how you push your report to a workspace, and then you can decide to start adding people right up and immediately and say, okay, I'm going to add someone, Stephen, don't mind me. Steven, Anna, and I can add as many people as I feel need to be in that workspace. And yeah, if I want to use this as a template app, whatsoever is published to that workspace becomes something that can be made available to everybody in the organization. Then this is it, develop a template app. And in this case, I'm not going to even save, but just to let you be aware of how it works. And then I'm going to cancel, but in your case, you would save if this is something you really won't need to use. And after creating a workspace, you can remove and add people to that workspace. So let's see. Any workspace you've created, you can do edit workspace, and then you can see who are those who are members, and if there's anyone you want to remove, you can remove. You can add more people. You can specify, that can members edit, can members review only. So when you add people by default, what will be the rights they will have? Okay, so you can specify all of these. So that's how workspace is meant to be used. So now that I've explained that, I'm going to go back into maybe we should create a workspace so that way we get to use it correctly. So I'm going to create a workspace. I'm going to call this Udemy class, or maybe let me call it online class, and training class workspace. Whoever I want to add to the workspace, so I'm going to add two of my colleagues, Emmanuel. I'm going to add Anna. I'm going to add someone later on, but for now we will not add the person here. So I'm going to do save. I don't have a dedicated capacities related to Power BI Premium. I'm not going to worry about the workspace OneDrive. So I click on save, and the moment I do that, it switches into that workspace. And then if I need to make any modification, so let me show you how to modify. So I pick that workspace, I click on these three vertical ellipses, dots. I say I want to do the workspace settings, and then if you have an image that you want to use as the workspace image, you can upload. So let's say maybe I have an image. I think we have a company logo. I can use, if it's that, no, I'm not going to use that Pizza Inc. So I'm going to just look for another logo. So I think I have your PZH logo. Let me just verify that. Okay, so I'll use this. Might not look really great, but no worries. You get the concept. And if I need to add someone to that workspace, all I just do is I come here and I say I want to add another person. He's also Emmanuel, and I add him. So I can keep adding people even after I've created the workspace. So I'm going to do save. Okay, so now that I'm done with that, maybe one other thing. What if you want to modify the access level? So if it's the access level you want to modify, you go to workspace access, and this is where you can change, until they accept my, let me just check. So all those people I've added, normally they will show up here. Maybe, let's see. let me just go confirm. Okay, I'm going to just add them here again anyway. So workspace settings, I added people already, specific users, contact lists. Oh, okay. So the people I added here are more like this is getting confusing. Okay, I guess I'll just re-add them here also. So I'm going to add them here. Manuel, Anna, Emmanuel, and what level am I adding them as? As member, as contributor, as viewer. So I'm going to leave them as member. Okay, and I can always come here and modify anybody's access and say, okay, I want to promote this person to a contributor. I want to move the person down to like a viewer or like an admin. So that's the access part. So I'm going to close this. So now that I've done that, we go back to our report that we've created and I hit the publish button. So when I hit the publish button, it's going to ask me to save. I say yes, go ahead and save. So here it asks me what workspace, will be the destination. If you put anything in my workspace, that's like your home private space, that means you don't want to collaborate with anybody on that work. You own, the entirety of the work, and it's until you share it with people before they can access it. And then if I pick any other workspace, so I'm going to pick the one I've created, that, what did I call it? I think online class, yes. So I pick that, I say select, and I tell it to publish, and it will take a bit of time. Okay, so successfully published, and you can click on this and it instantly takes you to the report, right? I'm not going to do that approach. Let's see if I won't do that approach. So I'm just going to go right straight back to my Power BI and I refresh the page where I am on the workspace I've created, right? And instantly you will notice that that report is going to be reflecting in here. Okay, so just waiting for it to show up. And if you expand the workspace, which is by clicking on this, right, you can see I now have the report, the data set. There's not going to be anything in dashboard yet because it's here that we create dashboard. So let's start with data set. If you go to data set, you're going to see an empty canvas. So just wait for it. Okay, so you see an empty canvas. The whole concept is, do you want to create a report from the data sets? So that's why it's called data set. If you feel that you want to use this data set to create another type of report, you just immediately start with, maybe I want to create a line chart. The same approach as what we did, when we were working on the Power BI desktop. The only difference is you cannot create formulas in here, and you cannot see the underlying table actual data in it, unlike as we did in the Power BI desktop, where we could go and look at the data inside and examine the figures inside. So whatever it is that you want to create, you can just start dragging them there over date. Maybe I want to do the sales, and as you do all of that, it works, just the same way it would have worked on the desktop, on the Power BI desktop. It's just that it's a bit slow, which is, well, a bit tight also to my internet. Okay, so This is not good looking. I'm going to replace this with year month and take out the date, so we can see what the sales pattern is like on a month by month basis. Okay, so you get the concept anyway. It's because the months are many, it's looking up and down. And if if you like what you've done, you can, oh great, so this is it. If you like what you've done, you can save. So if you click on save, it's going to ask you to give the report a name. So it will ask you to give the report a name. So I'll call the report just test report, and instantly as I save it, see, it shows up here under report. Okay, so that's how report works, and it takes me straight to the report. I'm not yet done with the data set side, so I'm going to expand this part again. I go back to the data set and see, as I click on the data set all over again, I'm presented with that empty canvas all over. So the only thing this data set exposes to you is just the data set. That's the whole concept. Whatever you create here gets moved to the report, and whatsoever we've published to get, the report side of it get moves to the report. Okay, so that explains this part. And then the menus you have here are related to you creating your report. You want to add a text box, you want to add a shape, you want to add a button, all those things that we add more. Even we had a lot more options, with the Power BI desktop. Then the next aspect of the data set is, there's this, whenever you see these vertical ellipses, like 3 dots stacked vertically on top of one another, yeah, it means like a menu, like a setting. So if you click on this, you see that the data set has its own different settings. If you click on Analyze in Excel, it's going to download a small .odc file, which allows you to connect to the, if you save this and you open it, it's going to launch Excel, and you'll be able to connect to the data set directly in Excel, but via pivot table anyway. So I'm not going to demonstrate that. You can try that out if you're interested for that. Then I've already mentioned create report. If you do this again, it will just represent this blank canvas. You shouldn't do this anyway, except you're very certain you want to do that. If you delete the data set, it's going to, delete the data set anyway and affect the reports that are also tied to that data set. So security, this is going to be interesting to show you. If you remember, we programmed that different branch managers should see, what's just for their branch, right? Different branch team. So security is where you are able to complete that access control. So you see, it shows me all of the different teams, roles we've created. I can say, okay, I want this person. So this is where we begin to tie the roles to individuals, to users. I want this person to be assigned the Bagada team, right? You can assign as many people as you want, 3, 4, 5, 10, but I don't have too many people that I can test with. So I can assign, someone else as general manager, and I can assign someone else as the Badon team, and you get the whole idea. So once you've done that, whenever you share the report to these people, they are only going to see whatsoever team, whatever region you've assigned them to, and we can test it. If you click on these ellipses here and you see test as role, and you click on test as role, it's going to instantly display for you how the report will show to someone who's been assigned to this particular role, in this case Bagada team. And let's see how it looks like. Voila, you see, this person is only going to see his branch. He's not even going to be aware that there are other branches, so he's just going to know that there's Bagada, and it's the same report I'm sharing with someone else who I probably have attached to, say, Lekki team. And similar pattern, this person is going to just see his own branch. He's not going to be aware that there are other branches. And if there's someone that I don't know which team I've assigned him or her to. Then I can type the person's email address and see, where he's been assigned. So let's say I type someone's email address here, and I tell Power BI to show me, how the person is going to view my report, and I click apply. It's going to show me which branch, which team this person has been assigned. So I think Anna has been assigned to general manager. Okay, let's try someone else because only general managers can see everything. Let's try. So let's try with he. Okay, I don't think I've assigned him anywhere. Whoever I've not assigned anywhere is not going to see anything. So that's one thing about it. You have to you have to make certain that you've assigned everybody who needs to see this report to somewhere. So let's try. I think it's Opeyemi I assigned somewhere. Let's just see. So this person is going to view what? Ibadan. So you see it's working fine. And so that's how that works. I'm going to go back to the settings side. Now that you've seen how role level security, which is this security side, works, then there's refresh now. If I do that, it's not going to work because I need to configure something. This is just purely to rename the data set. Now let's go to schedule refresh. This is where you need to configure the data set to be able to do a refresh, and until you've configured this, especially in a case where you need to set up a data gateway, your refresh now, the refresh now option is just going to fail until this is configured for an on-premise data. If you have used any on-premise data. So right now, I'm not able to do a scheduled refresh because this data set needs to be configured to use a data gateway because I am using on-premise data sources. So we're going to do that in a separate video. I'm just going to move along with the options that you need to be aware of, the settings options. If you go to the settings here, it takes you to the general settings, equivalent of the settings that you get also in here. So I'm able to see the general settings. You might not notice a difference yet, but assuming I was not here, assuming I was not in this environment, it will have brought me to this environment. So you will see all your general settings. Do you want to enable Q&A? I will tell you what Q&A does. All the alerts you've configured, all the subscriptions you've configured, all the dashboards that you have, all the data sets you have. So you see I have a lot of empty because I just created this workspace. If it's a workspace that I've been using before now, you're going to see a lot of content in there, and so this is good anyway. It makes the both of us have really very similar things. And the reason why you're seeing a lot in my own alert is it shows me by my different workspace. So for logistics workspace, I have this alert. For my workspace, I have this alert. For finance, I have this alert. But for online class, which is not here, so you see I don't yet have any alert for online class. Once we do an alert for configure an alert, it will also show for the online class workspace. So that's that one. That's the data sets that you the settings that when you click on here where it takes you to. Then okay, so then there's this download the PBIX file. If you click this, it downloads the actual Power BI report file. This that we did is going to download it. So in case maybe you've lost the original version, or you want to work from somewhere else, you are not with the PC where you did the original building, you can come here and download and continue your work and republish. So then there's manage permissions. If you do manage permissions, all it does is just shows you who have access to this data set, and you will notice that all the people that I have added in the workspace, they all have access to this data set. And also you'll see the reports that I've built with this data set. So both the one that was originally published and the one we just did now as a test. Okay, and if there are any dashboards we've created, you're going to see them. All right, so if you click on view related, it's going to show you all the reports, all the dashboards that have been built using this data set. So the reports, I don't have any dashboard, using it. And then if there are other things in other workspaces that are picking from this my data set, it's also going to show me. So I don't have any of such. And so those are the options you get with the data set. Now we move on to the report. So once you click on the report, you're going to see the report almost, well, not almost, exactly as it is in the Power BI desktop. Just as sometimes it looks a lot nicer here because it renders really nicely in a very vibrant color, and so that's just the advantage of the web anyway. So I'm going to wait for it to complete loading, and it's showing me just the button. I hope I've not added myself to a particular okay, everything is showing. Okay, right. So by the way, even if I've added myself to a particular role, because I'm admin, anybody you give an admin access will always see everything. So if there are anybody in your workspace that someone you've added to the workspace who should be limited to seeing a particular branch, the same way you've configured it in the securities and role access level, then you need to make sure you don't give that person admin access rights. You make him preferably a viewer. So that's the one that makes that person not to see everything in case you've added the person to the workspace. All right, so this is the report we've created, and just to let you know how to create dashboards. So the whole concept is from reports you create dashboards. So there are two ways you go about creating a dashboard, right? If you want this entire report as it is now to show as a dashboard, there used to be a pin live page. So let's just check for that. Pin live page, so it's still there. They just move things around a bit. So if I click on this pin a live page, it's going to move this entire pin this entire report as a dashboard. So it's going to pop up and ask me which to name do a new dashboard or pin it to an existing dashboard. So I'm going to say, okay, new dashboard. I'm going to call it Power BI course. And okay, I'm going to say pin live. Okay, so if you want to see the dashboard, you can click on go to dashboard, but also it will be showing here on the left side, so I can always go there anytime. I'm not done. I also want to show you the second way of creating a dashboard, or in this case adding things to a dashboard. So if I have some specific visuals that I want to add, rather than adding the entire report as it is, maybe I want to add this one. So once you put your mouse on it, you're going to see some menu come up, and particularly the pin. That's the one you click on, and it's going to want to pin it to a dashboard. It's going to ask me which dashboard. I will again specify this Power BI course, so I pin it there. So that's done. I'm going to pin like 4 more. So let's say I pin the sales, or maybe I pin quantity since this is sales anyway. So I pin quantity. I've clicked on the pin. That should come up, yes. And I click on the pin. I click on the map. I pin. So I think 2 more then. I'm going to click on the combo chart, this one. Pin. Pin. And let's just have this one because it looks like it's something someone might want to also see. So I put my mouse on it, I look for the pin icon, I pin, okay. So when I'm done pinning, right, I can from here go to dashboard, or I can click on it here whichever you like. So let's say from here go to dashboard. I will see what the dashboard now looks like. So this is what the dashboard looks like. And if you don't like, you can rearrange. You can, so I can say that let me just wait for it to be done loading. Okay, so I can decide to move things around. I can decide to position this one here, yes, on the side, maybe a bit more to the top. I can decide to position this here. I can decide to move this also somewhere here. The size of this. Okay, so you get the whole concept. You can always rearrange as you deem fit. And the cool thing about the ones that we pegged, that we pinned as live pages, it works exactly the same way it will have worked on the report. You know, I can pick that I want to toggle the currency. This is taking a bit of time. So I can say I want to toggle the currency, and all those computation, all of those report stuffs will automatically recompute to reflect for the USD currency I have now selected. So it works exactly as it will be in the report. The downside to it is just the fact that it might make your dashboard look cluttered. You know, imagine I have like multiple report pages, and then I decide to start pinning everything in here. So that's the advantage of you pinning some specific ones, and that's what this does. Then the second advantage of pinning individuals versus these, you know, is the menus you get. So the options you get when you pin the entire live page is very restricted. These are the options you get. But then look at, compare these. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 options, right? Compare that with about the 9 I get when I click on this, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is it. There's even one that gets me like 9 anyway. So if you can you can do some settings anyway, you know, maybe you want to edit, you want to add a comment, but then let me use this opportunity to tell you about add alert, manage alert. So if I click on manage alert, which is not on all of the visuals, only on some of the visuals, like this gauge card also has it, but you can always check if you are not sure. You know, you will see if it has. If it doesn't have, you will not see. So if I decide that, okay, I want to be alerted whenever the sales amount, you know, goes above a specific figure, so maybe it goes above maybe 60 billion. So billion will be like 9 zeros, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. So do I want to be notified, you know, once a day, once every hour, for as long as that thing still persists? So this can be useful for critical things, maybe like maintenance that should have been carried out, or a danger that should be monitored and contained, and you want to be notified until it has been resolved, right? So that's the also better to leave it as send you email, so it does like a push. When this happens, you get an email. So even if it happens like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., you can be certain to get the email on like Excel conditional formatting. Wait until you open the report before you see it. So it might happen on Friday night, and until Monday before you come to work, before you notice this. But for Power BI, that very same Friday night, you're going to get an email, and it's that is can be preferable in some cases. So I'm going to do save so that you'll be able to see where we can go and manage these alerts also, generally for everything. And another thing that I need you to be aware of is you can add comments if you don't like something and you want to add a comment so that you can follow up with the person on it and or tag someone to make a change about it. So if you click on the visual and you say add a comment, you can do the heart symbol to tag someone if you want. So I can be like, okay, I want to tag maybe someone, and I can say whatever I want to say and call the person's attention to that. Okay, so that's about the options you get. You can explore more, by just doing this and trying out any of the ones that interest you. The good thing is they are all self-explanatory. I decided to pick out the ones that are very unique, like you must know how to use this focus mode. We've done that before already, the makes the thing be in full screen kind of. So there's this Q&A. So this is the Q&A, ask a question. You saw me demo this in the intro video, so now we're going to use it. So if I click inside the Q&A, it allows me to be able to query my information, like the table, the entire report, and generate visual answers. So I have a meeting in the next 10 minutes. I want to focus on the top 5 pizza, by sales, maybe in naira, so in the local currency. Once I type that, it's going to start converting whatever I type, trying to find the keywords in the tables and answering me with a chart. Okay, so it says within it needs your internet to be really good. I think my internet is good, but then I don't know whether to say it's the recording I'm doing. I'm doing in like a 4K kind of screen size. 4K is like 3, ultra high, more than HD anyway. So I'm going to say top 5 pizza quantity. Let's see. Okay, so in yours, I think it should work. Anyway, you saw it work in my demonstration, right? So I'm going to skip this, but you just keep trying. What I'm typing, if you try it in yours, is going to work. You can even decide to say as bar chart, or as, if you don't like bar chart, you can say as pie chart, and all of that will re-render. So I'm going to not worry too much about this. And the other thing is, if you feel there's something someone is going to use in querying your information, and you want the name to be captured, even if it's not the very same name as what you have in your table. So if you go to relationship here, to model, right, and you pick, so if I feel someone might be referring to pizza as product, right, I pick it and then I add synonyms. So I come here and say, okay, what if the person says product? What if the person says products? The person says items. The person says pizzas. You can add as many synonyms as you want and publish, and it will capture that whenever the person is typing in the question box here. So that one works. Then again, you try it on yours, and I'm hopeful that it will display as it should. Then the options you get with the dashboard itself. So if I let's start with this. Do you want to print? So printing just prints the content, the inside of the dashboard. It doesn't print the entire web page. This is as against you printing the entire web page, with all of these uh, aspects. So it doesn't print these, it doesn't print these, it doesn't print these. It just focuses on what's inside your dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to move on. Then share. This is the typical way you share your report. You send your report to your end users. So if you click on share, it's going to ask you who are those you want to share the report with. So you start plugging in their emails. So I can start. By the way, if you use Google Chrome, right, you'll have a better experience. It sounds funny. Microsoft owns Power BI, owns Edge, which is the browser I'm using. But then you get a sleeker experience. Most of these struggles I'm having here, especially with that Q&A, works really very smooth and faster on Google Chrome. Unfortunately, my Google Chrome is in French, so that's why I had to use Edge, because this training is in English. It's going to be a lot more difficult for you to follow along if all of these are written in French. So I'm going to redo the share anyway. So I click again on that share, and I'm going to start putting in the people I want to share with. So maybe I want to share with I keep you see me keep writing the same set of people again and again. Okay. I'm going to just need to wait for it to pick the name. I can also share with Hope. Right, you can include an optional a message that will be there. This is the national sales report as agreed. And do you want your recipient, do you want them to be able to share your dashboard with someone else, right? So this is the advantage of these over the conventional analytics tools. If I send you a report in Excel, I can't control you send it to. But in Power BI, I can say I don't want you to be able to reshare this report with someone else. I can say I don't want you to be able to use my data, underlying data set, for something else. So I can control what you can do. And the other interesting thing about it is, even after sharing it with you, I can always go back here and limit your access and say, I don't want you to be able to, I can manage your permissions. I can remove you from ability to being able to share all over again, even though I had given the ability before. So I'm just going to do this sharing, and these people are going to get those emails that the report has been shared with them, and they should click a link to view it, and then it brings them into their own Power BI. And if they have the app on their phone, they're able to also dynamically view the report on their phones. So then they subscribe. What subscribe does is, there are people who like to get the emails on a daily basis. They like to just every day see an email in their inbox that says this is the report for today. So that's what this does, right? So I can be able to say, okay, daily sales reports. All what I've typed is not showing. Okay, daily sales report, and I can include an optional image. I can say I want this thing to send daily at maybe 8 a.m. 8 a.m. I can set the time zone. So we are in West Africa, so I can set the time zone. Hopefully the experience should be slicker at your end. I'm going to blame Edge for mine anyway, because I've also done a lot of recording, and with the same recording tool, and when I'm on Chrome I get better experience. So for the end date, if you don't specify, it's going to end in exactly 30 days. So what I used to do is I pick a really long date, so like 2050, something, a date really far into the future, so that 30 days from now my report user isn't complaining that he's no longer getting the report, which I hope they had been much more upfront with this, letting you know that the date is, the default is 30 days if you don't specify. So I use a really far into the future date, and then I do save and close. Now you will notice I'm not able to put someone's email address here. That's just because of this row level security. You know what we call the row level security. This the thing we created where we said some people should only see what their branch does, right? So that limits the ability to, for now, maybe in the future they will fix that. The moment you have this row level security, you won't be able to specify emails. But if you didn't do the role level security, there will be an email section here that you can specify the emails of those who should get the report. For now, I'm going to do save and close. So what I do for cases where I'm not, because of the role level securities, I go set up an email rule in my email inbox and my email, and say it should send whenever this report comes to me, it should forward to those people. You can add comments, and I've shown you how you can even tag people there. So you can add comments, create a conversation. If you mark as favorite, then it's going to always show up in your dedicated favorite section. So there's this dedicated favorite section. Anything you've marked as favorite, it shows up in here. Then other things, you can save as a copy, you can set as featured. If you set as featured, what that does is the moment you log in, it's going to be what, and in case maybe you use Cortana and you allow it to access your screensaver, it's going to set this dashboard as your screensaver or as the default thing you will see when you log in. So view related, if you click on view related, it's going to let you see all the reports and the data sets that feed into this particular dashboard, and even other dashboards that are using this dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to exit that, and I move on to the next in the. If you click on usage metric, it's going to show you how people are using your dashboard. So you're going to see like an analysis of the number of views, the users who have accessed it, how many times they've accessed it. And this can be useful if you're a team leader and you need to monitor how people are using the reports that are critical for operation. So you don't want a case where the reports are being sent out, but then people are not using the reports. And people will always lie. When you confront them, they might not be honest with you, and they might say, oh, I use it every day. But then this is one way to verify if truly they are checking the reports. So that's what this usage metric does. For now, I'm not going to see anything because this is a new report I just created. But over time, as people begin to interact with this report, I'm able to see a lot richer analysis than what it is right now. So I'm going right back to the dashboard, and then we go on with the different other options that you will have there. So then performance inspector, if you click on this, it shows you more like a performance analysis of how quickly all of the components of the dashboard are rendering. How it will show on a mobile view. You want to refresh the dashboard view, then you can set your dashboard theme. If you click on settings here, again you are going to go back to that major settings that kind of like see. So things about the dashboard itself. Do you want to enable Q&A? Yes. You don't have permission to feature artifact which is controlled to the tenant. I don't know what this is about anyway. But then you can enable dashboard specific items. So Q&A is enabled. I'll leave it that way. Allow people to comment. I'll leave it that way. So this talks about like major settings that you can again set, almost like we had for the data set. When you click on settings, you see like major settings you can toggle. You can change about the entire thing. Any other thing? So that's the last section in the dashboard. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the report so that we touch on the report specific options. So I go back to reports. By the way, you can always expand this thing. If you click on this, it expands, and yours should be faster than mine. So I'm waiting for the report to load, and okay. We've talked, the share that you see here, it's the same thing as the share experience that you get in dashboard. The difference is if I share with someone from the report side, the person is not going to see the dashboard. So it's just going to see the report. Whereas if I share from the dashboard, you see the dashboard, you see the report, you also see the data set, as long as I did not disable you being able to use the data set. So I most times prefer sharing via the dashboard, so that way the person can see the dashboard. And the dashboard allows me to to pin things from different reports and different even other dashboards. So I get maximum flexibility. If there's something that is of interest that I want to add to my dashboard, I can pin it. Unlike report only comes from the data set that I've created the report from. I can't go pick something from another report and try to make it show in my report right here. So when you do from dashboard you're sharing, you keep that feature of that feature option, that feature ability for you to say, I want to add newer contents to my dashboard from other reports, and I just pin them there, and my dashboard keeps evolving. All right, so I'm going to not demo this part again because it's the same experience as you have with the share that you see in the dashboard section. Okay, then you can subscribe, the same subscribe experience as you would get with the if you do the subscription from the dashboard side. So what it does is every day or every time that runs, maybe you want yours to do only on weekdays, you can pick it that you should do only on weekdays. When I say weekdays, it means you pick weekly, you deselect Sunday, you deselect Saturday, and the same experience anyway. And if you don't have row level security, be able to put emails. So what it does like a screenshot, like an image screenshot of the report, at that particular time, and send it out, to the people you've included here. And if you leave this link to report there, they can click on the link there and come see the interactive version of it. Okay, so favorites is similar to what I've mentioned there, and then you can edit the report. If you click on edit, you can decide, the way the experience we got when we click on data set and we were able to create a report. So the same experience, just like here now, you can change things, you can move things around. The only problem is you can't create a formula. And analyze in Excel is what I showed you the other time. You download, if you click on this, it downloads an ODC file that you can click on and open in Excel and be able to access the data points, the data sets from pivot table. And now, do you want to embed your reports in SharePoint? This can be really useful if you use SharePoint in your company. Then instead of having to get a license, a Power BI license for everybody, or even having to change people's usage behavior, if they are used to looking at some things in the SharePoint, you can just embed this entire report page in the SharePoint. Okay, in SharePoint. And if you want to embed in a website, so like for us, we have a website that if I give you the link, it's a Power BI report you're going to see inside. So what I've done is I clicked on the embed, and then I was able to embed that report into a web page. So once that opens, you see what it looks like. So you can grab, like, do you want to have a link that you can share with people and instantly they can view the report without them having to install Power BI? Or do you have a website where you just, plug in design frame somewhere in a particular page where you want the report to render? So that's what it does. The only caveat is that anyone who has this code can see it, so it doesn't limit your data to only people in your organization. So you just have to be careful if you do that anyone with the link will be able to view that report. Okay, and let me just see if this has come up. Then view pint, we've done that. View related, again, is going to show you, which dashboards and which data sets are using your report. Again, view usage metrics will show you how people are interacting with your report. Then if you want to download the raw Power BI file again, like this file that we published anyway, then you click here. If you want to generate a QR code that you can share with people, and when they click on it, they're able to access your report, then this is it. Okay, so those are the options you get under the report side. And if you want to bookmark, if you want to toggle between how the view will show, that's what this view here does. Fit to screen, fit to width, you get the concept. And this is that one where I had embedded this entire report into a web page, and whenever anybody goes there, they're able to see. and every day it updates itself, so it's like a live data kind of. So every day it's being updated, and so that is that. I'm going to move on now to the other sections of the. So we've talked about the options you see here, right? And we now move on to this part. Home menu is actually where you get to whenever you log into Power BI. So it greets you good morning or good afternoon or whatsoever time of the day it is when you click on this. So it's kind of interesting, like to be greeted. It's a welcoming thing. I'm going to close this one, and then there's a favorite. So whatever you had to favorite, this is like that section where you go there, you see all the things you've marked as favorite. Then recent shows you all of the reports you've recently accessed. Then apps. So apps are more like if you saw when we were creating workspace, right, that we could tick this template app, add it as a template app. So you're going to see all the things that you've been able to create as an app. So you'll see all of them there. Okay, in app anyway. So not recent. This is recent. So again, just in your case, things should be faster than in mine. So, and like I said, if you're also experiencing this kind of lag, just use Google Chrome. So if I go to the shared with me, this is like a consolidated place, like one place where you're going to find all the reports people have shared with you. So if someone has shared a report with you and you're like, I can't find it, or like, how can I easily access it? Just go to this shared with me and you'll be able to see all the reports people have shared with you. So that's what this one is about. And then if you go here, this is where you see notifications. So any new report, any new alert, anything of note that has happened since the last time you log in, you're going to see the notification pop up in here. Sometimes it will even have, like Facebook, it will have like 2, and then you have 2 unread notifications. Then I go to the next one. These are settings here. So if you click on these settings here, you're going to see some of the settings you can configure for your entire Power BI experience. Do you want to create a content pack? Do you want to view a content pack? So content packs are a bit like apps anyway. So do you want to manage your storage space to see what storage space you have left? And then if you click on these settings, it takes you to the general settings again, and so maybe we just click on them one after the other and see if there's anything I need to re-explain to you that might not be self-explanatory. So I've clicked on the personal storage space, so it shows me how much I've used, how much storage I have left, and then I'm able to see how much each of my different reports are using. Okay, so that's that one, and I have 10 gig storage space. If I go to the content pack, okay, so if there are any of my reports that I would like to publish as like a content packs, see, they're like apps. We're introducing next generation of content packs, so very soon maybe they will not call them content packs anymore, and you just see the name as apps. So if there's any report you've done that you want your users to be able to plug in their own data sets, you can just say, okay, this report, I want to publish it as an app, as a content pack. So once you pick a dashboard, it will automatically tick all the related reports and data set. And if you pick a report, it will pick the data set. And so you can say my entire organization or some specific groups of people, and then you can write some explanation about what it does. And the moment you publish this, it makes it possible for those people to put in their own data. So it's not going to limit them to whatsoever data set that you have used. They can replace your data set with their own data set, and they don't need to rebuild the entire report. So that's the whole concept of content pack. Okay, I'm not going to create any one now that I've shown you. And then the view content pack is just to view the content packs that you have. Admin portal, if you click on admin portal, it takes you to, though you have to be admin anyway to access it, so you'll be able to see some admin settings. So me, I'm an admin in my organization, so I'm able to see all of these. You might not be able to see many of all of what I'm seeing here. You might just be able to see some aspect of it. So, and if you do the exam, the certification exam for Power BI, they tend to have some questions that relates to this admin portal. You're able to see the usage metrics. You're able to see the users that so manage users. In my case, I have to log into the admin center and finish off with that there. Audit logs. Okay, so it says that is available only in some blah blah. Okay, so I guess maybe this is not available for my own region. Tenant settings. So these tenant settings, it's something that you know if you want to, whenever you, like, for some of you, when you try to create workspace and it says, oh, I don't have access to create workspace, this is maybe deliberately or indeliberately, knowingly or unknowingly, your admin in your organization had done something here or had not done something here, and then the default setting is of the type that you cannot create workspace. So do I want them to be able to create workspace? You might need to do a screenshot of this and let the admin know that they need to set this to enabled for entire organization. So again, there are some things you want to enable organization wide or just for some specific people. Do you want them to be able to export to Excel? You want to be able to, you can control how much the entire organization or some specific users can do with their Power BI reports and interactions they can have with it. Okay, so that's what this is about. And then there's the capacity settings. So if you go to the capacity setting, especially if you have the Power BI premium, you can be able to do a lot more. You can increase your capacity. You can, so in my case, I don't have Power BI premium, so there's nothing much I can do here. There's also Power BI embedded, which is a subset of Power BI premium. If you don't have Power BI premium, again, there's nothing you can do here. You need Power BI premium for you to be able to do anything on this Power BI embedded side. Then for the embed codes, right? So if there are some embedded codes that you've created, what I mean by embedded code is whenever you do that, embed and extract, something you can embed in a website or SharePoint. And if you change your mind, you want to deactivate them, right? You can come in here and do the deactivation here, So that's what this one does, right? Then organizational visuals. If your company has some visuals that has been specifically created for them, or visuals that you want to make everybody in your organization have access to directly in their Power BI, then this is where you manage them. Okay, so data flow settings. This so this is all about, is an uh, Azure kind of a product anyway. So how well do you want data to flow from your Power BI into other, in this case like an Azure data lake, so you want to connect to Azure data lake. So it's a two-way thing anyway. So the things you do in Power BI can be used there, and some data you have there can be used also in Power BI. So that's what this relates to. I'm not an Azure expert, but for those of you who play very actively in that space, this is something you might want to read, learn more about, or learn more articles. So I move on to workspaces. So in here, I see all the workspaces that have been created, and I can do some changes to them. If you want to maybe delete some, the ones that you have power to delete anyway, and manage them in all of your workspaces. So then there's custom branding. If you want to customize the look of your Power BI for the entire organization, do you want to put your company logo? Do you want to upload like a banner or a cover image? All of that. You want to change the theme color. Then there's this one which looks new, the protection metrics. Do you want to turn on information protection in the tenant settings? Do you want to open the cloud app security portal to do? Again, these are things I'm not too familiar with. So those of you who are familiar with Microsoft Information Protection, Microsoft Cloud App Security, again, you might click on the read more to see how what you know about them, play alongside what we have in here. So featured contents is the last one. So whatsoever you've marked as featured, you can again be able to remove, you'll be able to manage those things you've marked as featured. I have not marked anything as featured. Okay, so that's the admin portal. And then if I come back here and see what other thing have I not. If we go to manage gateway, we are going to do this manage gateway in the next video on scheduled refresh. So maybe for now I'm not going to touch it, but this is where you're able to manage gateway. So whenever you connect to an on-premise data source, something like an Excel file, a database that is behind a firewall that you cannot connect to from the internet directly. So those things require a data gateway if you want to be able to schedule refresh or even do automatic if you want to do a refresh now when things change in your underlying data set. So we'll learn how to do that in the next video. Then there's settings, right? I've already shown you these manage embed codes. It's this same manage embed codes that we have also here. So I'm not going to go to these manage embed codes. I'm going to, if I go to settings here, we'll be back at the very same settings that we saw when I clicked on settings in data sets. So you'll be able to say, privacy. Do you want to change your language? Do you want to close your account, which you must be an admin if you want to do that? Okay. Developer. Do you want to be able to develop visuals, custom visuals? Then there's an option specific to just ArcGIS maps. You want to be able to use them. So if something that is a big deal for you, you tick it and apply. Then alert, all the alerts you've set, this is where you find them. So again, we are back to what I said before, all the subscription, all the dashboard that you have, all the data sets you have, all the workbooks you have are kind of like, you can import an Excel workbook directly into Power BI, and this is it. If you import a workbook directly into Power BI, they will show in here. If you when I say workbook, if you go to get data and you just import an Excel file, but you import it as, so let me just show you how you do the import. If you go to this get data here and you say you want to import a file, and when I click on file, all right, so if I can bring from my OneDrive business, OneDrive personal, SharePoint. So let's say I just pick local file, which means a file I can upload directly from my PC. So let me just go look for an Excel file for demonstration sake. Let's say I use the sales target file. I open. Aha. So this is where if I choose this option of upload your Excel file to Power BI, then it will show in workbooks, because what it just means is I'll be able to see it like Excel online. But if I choose this option import, then it's going to import as a table that I can use to create reports and such like. So that's what workbooks does. Workbook is just purely Excel online. You want to just be able to do like Excel online within a Power BI space, within your Power BI. So I'm not going to go beyond that step. I am going to now, I think that's all for the settings, right? Then here, this is the icon for download. If there are anything, this is like a one-stop place for you to download any of the add-ons or sister apps that you might need to have. So maybe you didn't already download the Power BI desktop. If you click here, you can download the Power BI desktop. You can download the data gateway, which is going to be useful for our next video in the schedule refresh part. You can also download, there's this thing called the paginated report builder. this is useful for companies that they just want to uh, keep data in-house. They don't want to use the regular Power BI service, so they want to have their own Power BI server. Then this is what they will use to build their report. Then you want to install it on your phone, so this just shows you the steps to installing Power BI on your phone. If you already watched me explain, this is that same analyzing Excel that when you click on it, it downloads an ODC file. That when you open the ODC file, you will be requested to it will just automatically open pivot table and make you able to connect directly to your data set and use it in pivot table. So you can try it out. I'm not going to try it out. And then if you have any help related issues or questions, then that's what this one does. So these are the menus that you come across in your Power BI account. And any other thing, this is just for you to log in and log out, check which user you've logged in with. So that brings us to the end of Power BI service. In the next video, we are going to do the scheduled refresh and set up a data gateway. So see you in the next video. Hello, welcome to this session on configuring schedule refresh and ability to let your report automatically refresh whenever there is a change in your underlying data. Okay, so this was where we stopped in the last video, where I showed you something about bringing in an Excel file as a workbook, and what that makes happen is that that's where you see workbook. I'm going to just change this back to the workspace where we've been working in, and if you expand, anything you bring in as workbook will show in here. Okay, so anything you bring in as workbook will show in here. And I said workbook is kind of like Excel online. I had an issue with the Q&A in the last session, so I tried again after recording that video, and I have also a backup plan. I also opened in Google Chrome this, just that like I mentioned, it's in French. So if it doesn't work again in this one, I'm going to just display to you in Chrome, and maybe you use that opportunity to learn 1 or 2 words in French. Okay, so let's try again. I click inside here, and anything you can type. So the other time we were typing top 5 pizza by sales. Voila, so now it's working, and you can say as pie chart if that's what you want. And if you really like the analysis, and like I said, maybe I have a presentation in 10 minutes time, I can just pin this. I can pin it permanently into my dashboard, and it becomes one of those things that will always be on my dashboard. So if I go back to my dashboard, I'm going to see that in there. So I think before it must have been, like I said, maybe internet problem, because at the point I was thinking Chrome is really becoming a lot more horrible, and I went and tested it with Edge is becoming a lot more horrible, and I went and tested it with Chrome. But now, as you can see, it's working fine. So I'm going to leave that as it is right now, and we are going to configure right now the scheduled refresh. So I go to scheduled refresh, which once we configure, we'll be able to do refresh now also. So once I go to scheduled refresh, you will notice that I'm not able to turn it on. And the main reason is because I need to first configure a gateway. So configuring the gateway is a 2-step approach. I will not advise you install a personal gateway. I will advise you go here and you click on data gateway. Once you do that, it will open up a new web page, and in this new web page you should download the gateway. So this only works for 64-bit PCs. So if your computer is 32-bit, then sorry, you can't use data gateway. So you click on this download standard mode. That's my recommendation. Not just mine, that's the recommendation. It's only if you work in, this is your office laptop and you don't have admin access, that's when you should attempt to use download personal mode. So I'm not going to download because I already have this installed. In your case, you save and run or run directly, whichever approach you like. So I'm going to cancel this step. So I've installed in mine. Once you've installed, right, what will happen is after installation, it will start showing. You see the way mine is showing. The one I installed is showing here as gateway and with my name there and my email, though it's saying I've not yet configured it correctly. That's not a problem. So when you have installed yours too, you will now go here to this gearbox and click on to this G icon, and click on manage gateways. So when you click on manage gateways, it's going to show you the gateway which you have installed. And what we will do is we will need to add the data source. So every of all those single files that we used in our report creation, every of the files we used, we are going to have to add them here. So there are many ways to do that. I've done for a couple which I had been using in trainings before now. So I will redo one here, but then if you want to be a bit faster, you can just go here. So if you want to be faster, you can go to this scheduled refresh. You go to this gateway connection. You see this action and the arrow in front of it. So because I kind of have configured for these ones in my previous trainings, which I do, I used to do training like for maybe 2 to 4 times a month until COVID-19. But after COVID-19, I'm going to resume back to that. So anyway, these are the ones I've been doing before now, and this is what you will see in yours because you've not configured anyone. So if you say add to gateway, what will happen is it will create the stub for you. So it's going to fill in most of the information you need. But in case if you want to, you can do directly. So it's going to fill in most of the information. Otherwise, you will have to go grab this directly from wherever folder and file you've done that. But in my own case, I can just fill in the missing part and say this is for exchange rate. So the name becomes meaningful. It has chosen the right file type for me. This is not my Windows username, so I'm going to put my correct Windows username. And then this is not my correct password. I'm going to put in my correct password. I'm going to do hard. And once it's done, it takes me right back here. And it has noticed that I've done everything, right? It's going to tell me to map. But in your case, you will have to do for like all 4 data files. So all 4 Excel files. So let me demo for you. If you don't want to use this approach, what other approach you can take. So if you go to this add data source, I'm going to try to do for a demo file. So you'll see how you can do this for a file that if you want to use this other approach. So if I come in here, so let's say I do for say district data. So I'm going to call the name of the file district data, and as for file type, Excel file is a flat file, so I'm going to pick file. You have other data types, so you will know which one will be right based on the data source you want to create a gateway for. So I do this, and then I'm going to go pick the file path. So the file path is this. I paste here, then I go grab the name of the file. When you're grabbing the name of the file, make sure you include the extension. If your own PC doesn't show the extension, well, you will have to manually type it. So you might have to manually type the .xlsx. In my own, I have configured it to always show me the full file extension. So I'm going to put in my so this is Windows username and password. If you don't know your username and password, by the way, let me show you that right now. If you don't know, if you type user here and you click on, let's see which one it is, your account info. or any one of them anyway. It's going to show you what your username is. So hopefully you should know the password you use in logging in. So this is my own username. I think it doesn't matter if you type it in small case or upper case, but your password is case sensitive. So that's, I just type Michael space Olafusi. In your case too, you put whatever it is, then you put in your Windows password, and once it connects correctly, it's going to say connection successful. Then you can go again, click on add, then add the next one. So you just keep following that pattern of steps. So in my case, I've added all the files I need to add. I can go back now to data set. I can go to this schedule refresh, and I can complete the gateway setting. So I can say, this should map to the right one, sales data. The good thing is it will always show you the option for the right one. So it's just for you to just pick it. And this connects to exchange rate, this connects to branch data. So unless you've added all of the files in the data gateway, you won't be able to do this last step successfully. So once you've done all of this and you do apply, now you will be able to configure enable scheduled refresh. So I can come here and say I want to turn this on. I want the refresh to run daily, and I want it to, so you had time, I want it to run, you can change the time zone to the one that is yours. I'm going to change mine to West and Central Africa, and then I want it to run maybe every 7:30 a.m. So you have gaps of 30 minutes. You can add up to 8, so you can keep adding up to 8 different times of the day. So if you want this to refresh every hour of every work hour anyway, so maybe like 8 a.m, 9 a.m, 10 a.m, 11 a.m, 12 a.m, 2 p.m, as such anyway. And whenever the refresh fails, if you want it to notify you, so you can take action, you can add as many people as you want it to notify, and you click on apply, and they will be notified when a refresh fails. So this is the end of configuring the scheduled refresh. Now the thing about scheduled refresh is it's only at this time that it's going to try to refresh your data and inject, import into itself any updates that has happened. What if things have changed? So let's go say, you can see that I don't have my Power BI file open. So, I've gone home, I've shut down my PC, it's 1 day has passed, 2 days have passed, a whole week has passed, and things have changed, right? So let's demonstrate that. Say we've added a new branch. So I'm just going to change some things. I've added a new branch. So we've added a new branch in London. I don't know the longitude and latitude. Let's try grab the longitude and latitude for London. Okay, so it's come up. Latitude is 51, blah blah. So that is this. I'm going to make myself the branch manager. And I had longitude. Okay, and then I'm going to save that. I'm also going to make another obvious change. Let's see, sales target. Let's leave this. Sales data. This will make a lot of sense to change, just that it's a very heavy file. If I change this and I do update, it might take a lot of time for the thing to show up. Well, that's the advantage of video editing. I'm going to just pause the video edit. So what I'll do is I'm going to make that change. I'm going to add some records for that particular branch. So I'm just going to pick some random dates. I'm going to say all of this happened for the London branch, and I'm going to grab some couple of records. I'm going to just grab, and maybe because I want the figure to look really significant, I'm going to increase the quantity, you know, in a huge way. So I'm going to put in really large quantities there. So I'm going to multiply those quantities by 1,000. I'm just going to values multiply. Okay, so multiply them by 1,000. I'm going to save. Now this is the thing about it. It's a very large file. So even when I do refresh, I will have to pause the video at a point. So let's just wait for it to be done. Okay, so it's done. I close the file. And should we do something about the exchange rate too, so we can at least be double sure if what we have done is working? Huh? So I'm going to say, what am I going to do? I'm going to copy this here and paste here so that I have a backup. So I'm going to paste this here for backup sake. Then I'm going to say maybe, Nigeria, has gotten a lot better than US, and uh, our exchange rate is now higher than US own, right? So, or maybe US now has it a lot so really bad that we've overtaken them. Huh? So not just China has overtaken them, Nigeria too has overtaken them. And I go to pay special, I go to values, and I divide, all of that. So Naira is now worth more than USD. Okay, and then I save this. Okay, and I close. I'm not going to touch this one. Let's just, so I don't, because I need to go undo those changes so I don't touch too much and I forget to undo. So I'm going to close them all, and then aha. So by the time it's 7:30 tomorrow morning and this refresh triggers, it's going to capture all of that. But I don't have the patience to wait till tomorrow 7 a.m. I want to see the effect right now. So that's where refresh now comes to play. So I'm going to do refresh now, and it will start, trying to do a refresh right now. So I'm going to just hold on a bit for it. If it's done, if I click on the refresh history, yeah, it shows me it's completed. It took about 7 minutes. So we can go check if it's working fine. Huh? If I go to the Power BI report, and yes, so right now I can see that there's a new branch, London. And if you notice this blank that's showing here, it's because if you remember in our relationship, we did a relationship between the sales target and the branch, and also with the sales data. So the sales target doesn't have London branch, so that's why this is coming up this way. That's why also there's a blank here and it's not attributed. So all these 1,000 quantity should have been for London branch, right? So maybe let's try and see if we'll fix it. If we also include the new branch in the sales target, if that will work. So let's go try that out. Except that once I do that, it will take another couple of minutes for the data for the report to refresh. But at least you can see that the refresh works. So I'm going to go to sales target, and I'll try to find out a way of adding a new branch. So I'm going to add London branch. Okay, so let's see how the okay, done. So I've added London branch in a couple of places, I think all of the 2018-2019 years. So I'm going to just save this and I again go back here and do a refresh. So if I expand this, and I go to data set and I say refresh now, let's see it work. So I'm just going to go here again and try to monitor it as it's working. So this shows me like a progress. So it's telling me refresh in progress, and whenever I click here I can see if it's really done or not. So it's still in progress, and I'm going to just hold on again. Okay, so let's check again. So great. So I'll just go check the report once again. So I click on the report and voila. You see, no more blank. London is there. London is reflecting with its own figures and all looks good, right? So now you know how to configure scheduled refresh, how to make updates in your raw data flow into your Power BI. And if you're using cloud sources, you will not even need to do scheduled refresh. So for me, there are some of my reports that are connected directly to a cloud database. I don't do scheduled refresh. Let me show you one of them. Okay. I have a lot in my workspace, so it's NMD marketing. So I have this connected directly to an SQL server that is cloud hosted or hosted on Azure. So if I go to the schedule refresh, you will notice that in the gateway connection, let's see, you don't need a gateway for this data set. All of its data sources are in the cloud, so I don't need a gateway for these data sets. Okay, and this is what I mean when I say if you connect to a cloud data source, you're not going to need to do a scheduled refresh. I mean, you're not going to need to do a data gateway installation or configuration. And I have it, the scheduled refresh just works, without any extra configuration. Just pick the time, and that is all. So that is it for this video. Thank you. Hello, welcome to this very short video on the DAX formula summarize. Okay, so summarize allows you to be able to aggregate data in a table in such a way that you can even specifically pick out the columns you want and do computation on value fields that you want to compute for the different aggregated data record row. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I'm going to pull out from here all the branches and then the different products, different pizzas each branch sells, and then also the total sales quantity, right, as a separate table. Okay, so I click on the new table. I'm going to call the table branch product sales quantity table. And then the main thing, it's me using the formula summarize. Okay, so the way summarize works is you provide the table name. The table is pizza sold, so I provide the table name, and then you provide the columns. You can see group by what column name. If you're familiar with SQL, then this is like aggregate formula in SQL. Okay, so I provide the different columns in the order I want to extract them. So I need it to bring out for me the different branches we have in our data, and then the different products that are uniquely sold in the branches. Okay, and I want you to do a computation. So this is the third category of things I need to provide. We've done the provision of the table name, the different columns you want to pick and group by. Then the last bit I'm going to do is provide a name for the column where I'm going to do an expression, sort of an aggregation, right? So I'll call it the total sales quantity field, right? And the aggregation you should do for me is a summation of all of the quantities for each of those different products by branches. Okay, and I close the entire bracket and I do enter, and instantly it's done. So this is how aggregate works. If you notice, it's pulled up the branches and the products we sell in those branches and the total sales, you know, by those products and those branches and the branch, and done like that for across all of my tables. So if you see my original table, there are about 5,000 records there, but then this has aggregated by the way I've specified, giving me a much lesser total number of rows. So thank you. Hello, welcome again to my DAX series, and today I'm going to share with you on the special DAX formula called calendar. If you are a sales analyst, operations analyst, if you do reports that you have to show how things are changing over a period of time, and the date is very significant for you in this your report, then you will have been hearing about the rule that you should always have a date table. It's useful when maybe you're working across different tables that have dates in them, and it's preferable to have one specific table that relates to all these other tables, and then whenever you need to use any date column, you pick from that particular table. Okay, so without wasting any more time, how do you create a date table? There are many ways, but the one I want to show you is how you create it using calendar, and I think it's the most recommended way of creating a date table in Power BI. So you go to modeling and then you click on new table, and I'm going to call the table date table. Okay, so I type in the formula name calendar, and the way it works is you provide it with a start date. So the commonest approach is you put the date you want to start, and so you typically wrap that around, wrap it round inside the date formula. So 20, maybe I'll start from 2017 January 1st, and then the end date. So again, I'm talking about the most common approach is most people put today as the end date, so that way you always have a calendar that goes from as far back as you want and then to the current date, and every day the current date is being incremented, so the table keeps growing one row extra per day. And the moment I do enter, that's what comes up. And then if you want, you can decide to generate from it, maybe you want to also extract the month, and you can easily do that with the format formula, which is the equivalent of text in Excel. And I say maybe you should get me the month as a maybe 3-letter, let's use 4. And maybe you also want to get out the year, and I'll repeat the same thing, format dates but year, so 4 Ys. Okay, so this is the commonest approach of using a date table. There are other ways. The other ways are let me just, I won't be able to demo it completely, but I can show you, try to point in a direction. So again, using calendar, so what people sometimes do is they tell calendar to go and pick first date in an existing table. So you can say you should pick first date in a table you already have. Maybe in this case, the table that I have created, date table, you should pick the first date from it. But in reality, it will be first date from a table you already have in existing, maybe the operations record, the transaction table, and then you can say you should also pick the last date in maybe the same table, right? So this is another way people use calendar, and you see it works this way also. So that is it, and thank you. Hello, welcome to my third video on the DAX series, and today the formula I'm going to introduce you to is values. Values is that formula that makes it possible for you to achieve some interesting kind of automation with Power BI. So here's the scenario I'm going to paint for you. Say you are a sales analyst with a pizza company, so a Mega Pizza, and this is the direct transaction record from the ERP. So every time, every couple of months, maybe once or twice in a year, the company launches a new branch, right? And so you, as part of your report, you are supposed to compare what the branch does against its targets, right? So you need to always have a table that has all of the branches and then the targets for those branches. So to make it a lot easier for us to focus on values, say all branches are given the same target. Now, if you don't know these values and you are not familiar with Power BI, then you'll find out that if you want to use the approach you use in Excel, which means always when there is an update, you will have to manually make an intervention to make it happen. All right, so let's see how with values we achieve that. Values is the formula that extracts the unique records in a table or a column that you supply into the values formula. So what I do is instantly I click on new table under modeling, and I'm going to call this the branch target table, and I'll call up the DAX formula values and say it should get out for me all the unique branches in that transaction data. And voila, it's done that, right? So now I have the unique list of all the branches. But to really answer the question I painted, right, it will require me maybe creating a new column and then saying this is the target the company assigns to all branches. So say maybe all branches get the same target of 1.2 million, and maybe I just make that reflect a currency sign, so I put Naira. Alright, so this is how with values I can get this done. It looks like a trivial example and it might not seem realistic that every branch will get a target, but the key thing I want you to focus on is the fact that values get you the unique list, right? There is also another formula that does similarly in getting you unique list, unique records. It's called distinct, but values has the advantage of doing a referential integrity check. So for that, to get the difference between values and distinct is written as distinct. I would advise you to go read up on the documentation. If you go through the blog, I'll put the blog link in the video description. Then you get the link of the documentation and you can see the practical difference. So thank you. Hello, welcome to my second video on the DAX formula series, and I'm going to talk about the most important DAX formula called calculate. If you're going to be very vast in using Power BI for doing huge amount of analysis and then creating amazing reports, then you have to be very comfortable with using calculate. So here's my simple way of explaining how calculate works. So I'm assuming you're very familiar with using Excel, and you know the way Excel works is this: you go into a cell and then you type whatever formula you want. So maybe now I need all the total sales from Enugu branch. So I go into a cell and I start typing sum if, you know, all of the data in here. I'm interested in the one that's Enugu, and then it should get me the total amount sold, and I do enter, and the result that comes out is the figure, one value that shows the sales in Enugu state, right? Okay, this is one way of entering formulas in Excel. There is another way. So that one is way one. So maybe just to make it easy to reference once again, later on I'm going to just put it here and say it's way one. There is a way two. Way two involves another way of you entering a formula in Excel. Involves you converting the data into a table, right? So if I convert this into a table, I can pick whatever structure suits me in terms of design, and then say maybe I want to do the sales in dollars, in USD. Doing this, I enter one formula like I did the other time, but the moment I do enter, you see it populates across all of the cells in the table, so all the rows in the table. So this is the second way. I'm going to call this way two. Now in Power BI we have these two ways, but it's kind of like in the reverse order of ease of use and intuition. So in Power BI I already have the same table in here. You'll see that the way two I just mentioned is the common way, is the easiest way to plug in a formula in Power BI. New column, and you say sales in USD, and I say the amount sold divided by 360, and boom, it does it, right? So this is the more common way of you inputting formulas in Power BI, unlike in Excel where the way one is the much more common way. In Excel this is less common way, but in Power BI the whole thing is switched. Now what I did in way one here, which was sales for Enugu state, if I try to do it in here, it's not going to look as easy as it was in Excel. So number one is I need a formula like sum if. When it comes to formulas in Power BI where you don't want the answers to be different values for different rows of record, so like sum, like count, like average, where there's going to be just one value for the entire table, then you do new measure. So if I do new measure, take for instance I want to do the total sales, and then I can say sum of amount sold, and boom, I do enter. Maybe I give it a currency symbol. The easiest way to see it, I'm not going to see it on this table, right? I'll need to, maybe my recommended way is drag a card onto the report page, and then I put that, say, that particular total sales, I put that particular measure in there. So this is the measure I just typed. You see it's giving me the answer. So what if I want to see total sales for just Enugu, right? So how do I do that? I don't want total sales. What I want is let's say I do that as a new measure, right? So I want to do Enugu state sales. So sales from a particular branch. So in Excel you do sum if. Unfortunately, there is no sum if in Power BI. You have to use calculate. Calculate is the formula in Power BI that makes it possible for you to change we call it the filter context. For you to say, I don't want you to go through all of the records in this table. I want you to filter out first records that meet a particular condition, and then you apply whatsoever aggregation or expression I want on that extract, that filtered extract, right? So that's how it works. I can decide to do a summation on that extract, an average on that extract, a count on that extract, or many other amazing things, right? So let's see how with calculate I can get out that particular sales from that particular branch, as a value. So Enugu State, Enugu sales, and I do calculate, and then whatsoever aggregation I want to do a summation on the amount sold, right? Then this is where the magic happens. You can see it's telling me to put in the filter condition I want. So I'm going to say where the branch is equal to Enugu, right? And I close that and I do enter, and then say I put that in this card, Enugu sales, boom, and it's done. And if I need it to show as currency symbol, I do that once again. I change the format to currency and naira. Okay, so this is on a simplified note how calculate works, right? It makes it possible for you to change, we call it the filter context, right? But practically to change the subsets. Instead of working on all of the data, it changes it to either a subset, sometimes to even more than that if you use it in a complex way. What your aggregation or expression is going to work on. So don't be deceived by this simplified example. For you to really be a master of using calculate, you need to know how to mix it with other formulas like whole. So there are other formulas that you have to be very familiar with in mixing the calculate with. Let me just try and show you some. There is whole, there is filter, then that whole I showed you has a whole lot of family. There is whole except, there is whole selected, whole non-blank. So all those key families of all formulas, you have to be comfortable using them with calculate. Then filter. This allows you to put in a lot more complex condition instead of just the one I did where I just said is equal to that. Okay, so this is how it works, and thank you. Hello, welcome to this DAX tutorial, and today I'm going to take you through the DAX formula cross join. So in a very straightforward and simple way to explain it, take for instance you have a company, ABC Limited. They have 5 branches across the country, and then each branch has a branch manager. So this is it. And then also they produce 4 products that have targets. So maybe these are in metric tons. They're a manufacturing company. So for each product, each branch is expected to sell about 100 metric tons of product A, 120 metric tons of product B, and like that. So maybe for your own analysis, you need to create a table like this, one that is going to take for each branch, and then all of the products and the target. So this might be useful for you to now compare with their actual, right? So you want a table like this. So how do you go from these 2 tables to this type of table? The answer is cross join. Okay, so let's get started. I already have put in the 2 tables in Power BI. So this is the branch table, and this is the product table, right? And the formula is under home menu, modeling Under modeling menu, you go to new table and whatever name you want to give the table. So I'm going to call it cross join table. And I type in the formula cross join branch comma products. So it can take as many tables as you have. It produces the Cartesian product of all of the rows in each of the tables you specify inside the formula argument. And so once I do enter, instantly it generates the table that I've just mentioned. So you have now the table that has all of this, and with this you can be able to do some interesting thing. You can decide to do a filter where you put in the branch, and then you can decide to do a cluster bar chart or any kind of chart you like, where you're going to put in perhaps the products and the targets. Products. So if I have also the actuals, this would make good sense to also put the actual there and compare. Okay, so that's the end of this tutorial on cross join. It's an amazing tool to create something really interesting. Hello, welcome to this video on the DAX formula union. So here's the scenario I want to use to illustrate how union works and then give a useful example around it. Here I have a waterfall of net cash flow for company XYZ, and as you can see, from January, February, March, till December, how the total cash flow has been. But then the management wants to see from the starting position, so where January is right now, they want to see the opening cash flow, so that way they can see from the opening cash flow and the different movements to the final closing cash flow. So right now the table that I have is just her with the net cash flow, right? So if I go and meet the finance manager and say, okay, can you give me the opening cash flow amount, the opening cash balance, for the year 2019, and say he gives it to me, right? How can I put that figure right here? So there are many ways, but the way I want to illustrate right now can look simplistic, but the focus is on the formula union. So I'm going to say I'll create a table, a new table. Let's say, for instance, the opening cash balance is 2 million naira, right? So it's giving me the figure, and I want to use that right in my report. And I don't want to go and start editing the source data. I want to use a formula that will incorporate that right into my report. So I'm going to call it a table. I'll call the table union, so it makes it easy for you to understand that the focus is on union. So union is a formula that lets you join different tables together as long as their columns are matching. So you will see that there the columns must match. Now I will use this to show you an additional trick. Right now I don't have a table without opening cash balance, right? So see, I'm going to say I want to join to the cash flow table. I want to join what the finance director has told me. What he has told me. So here's an interesting thing. I can write a table literal right inside that. So you are learning two things right now. I'm going to my computer as a funny keyboard issue. So for me to do this, I need to change my keyboard. Okay, let me change it back to the right one. Okay, so when you want to put in a table literal, like you want to write the static value inside DAX, this is one thing that you should be able to, that's one of the options you have. Of course, you can write in whatsoever you want. So in this case, I have just one row that I want to put in. If I have more than one row, right, so that will be row 1 and this will be row 2. So since I have just one row, just comma separate the row data, and I'll say I want to, for year 2019, the opening cash is 2 million. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. And because I want to arrange the years and the not the years now, the months and all of these in a particular order, I will say this should be arranged as order 0. I will show you what that means for now. But the key thing, like I said, is the focus on union. Okay, so doing this, and I press enter, voila. So it has put that additional line right into my data. You will see opening cash flow, and then we can use this right away. I go right here. This is not working, so I'm going to take this out. I'm not going to use this cash flow table anymore. I'll use from my union table, and then the net cash flow value is also going to come from that union table. And I'm having an issue. It is not arranging in the way I want. So if you're familiar with Power BI, then this is something you should be able to fix easily. I'm going to tell Power BI that I want to arrange the month, but I want it sorted by the month number. So, but I'm going to do that for my union table. So the union table I've created, I want to arrange this month, but then I want it arranged by this month number. So that way it will arrange it in the sequence that I prefer, not this A to Z kind of sequence, which will not make sense. So I'm going to come back right here and say, okay, please do sort by the month, and let's see if that fixes it. Well, sort it ascending order, and voila, so it is done. 3 things I have shown you right now: how you use the very formula union. If I have another table, I could have joined this to another table, but then now I sneaked this in to show you how you can also type in a static data in a table in DAX. So that's 2. Then 3 is I showed you the sort by column. So these are 3 things you've learned in just one video, but then again the video is on union. So thank you.